This is MriyaReport.org. My name is Barney. You're listening to MriyaReport.org. Thanks for finding us. We just suffered an unscheduled restart. You're very kind to find us again. Please retweet and share the space. I see Miss Tracy is back. Hello, Tracy. What time is it where you are? Where I am, it's 12 minutes to the hour of 2 in the afternoon. That's Eastern time, New York time. What time is it where you are, Trace?
Where I am, it's 12 minutes to 7 p.m. in the evening, Bernesto, and that is, of course, on the 2nd of March. And that would make it 12 minutes to, 9 in Kiev. So I hope that's enough of the time zones, because I'm not very good at these things. So thank you very much for helping me there, Bernesto. That means I did not have to count backwards from where I am in the UK 5 hours whilst talking to you all at the same time, Bernesto.
Well, you're lucky, you see. I have no socks on, so I can count the numbers on my toes and my fingers. So I was able to help myself as well.
Thank you so much. I very much appreciate that. And thank you very much, everybody, for rejoining us. Please retweet the space. I will go ahead and get us a new title for you all to share. Latin, thank you for coming back so quickly. Please go ahead.
Well, I'll wait for Cece to come back up, because I was interested in hearing kind of an update on the situation in the American House of Representatives. I know that is an important issue, and I do find it extremely depressing, so sometimes I tune out. But now that she's here, I was going to ask, what's the latest? Is there any hope that this thing is going to reach the floor of the House?
Yeah, there is. It's always funny when you're in mid-sentence and something blows up. It's funny because I always get DMs too, like, are you still talking?
Aye, senor.
Aye. So yes, there definitely is a hope. And there's a couple different hopes. So Fitzpatrick's, let me go inside so there's not so many damn birds. Damn sprung.
There are no birds, they're drones. Come on.
Birds are not real. Is that Fitzpatrick's bill is complete bollocks because it strips the humanitarian aid out, as well as adding more of the border bill, which, regardless of your feelings on the border bill, doesn't matter. Everybody on the Hill knows that no one can come to a consensus, so it is indeed a poison pill. So that's one thing everyone can agree upon on the Hill, which is rare, that something's a poison pill. Because obviously they tried for months and months and months and it didn't work. So putting it back in is a joke. Insult to injury is stripping the humanitarian aid. So I'm hoping against hope that Fitzpatrick will then bring in just 815, which is what the Senate passed. So that's when we call in, right? That's our ask. Is not about Fitzpatrick, but just however possible, get the Senate bill 815 to go through. Now, there's Jeffries announced that the Democrats have told Johnson that they will save him if someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene or other freakish fools threaten his job with MTV, which is the motion to vacate, which is this dumb rule that they've made where it only takes one person to call an MTV. So the Democrats have said that they will all group together and save his job, just because the Democrats are so desperate for Ukraine, not because they love and respect Johnson, but because they're so desperate for Ukraine aid. And this includes, and this is just a testament to his leadership, this apparently includes the squad. So that was a shocker, and the whole world is upside down, which I just want to emphasize how bizarre and crazy that is in a good way. I did a tweet about it, and a couple people wrote, and they thought that I meant that it was a bad thing. No, it's just, if you know anything about Congress, that's crazy that the Democrats would all group together and be united to save a member of the MAGA party. Like that's some dedication to Ukraine right there. So that's kind of the status of what's happening right now. I don't care if it's Fitzpatrick with the Senate 815 bill, or if it's the Dems who put forth a discharge, as long as they have Republican signatures. I don't care who, I don't care how. as long as Senate 815 gets passed through. So that's what we're going for.
Thank you very much, CC. Okay, go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, I have a follow-up to Latin on the production of airframes. I'd say that ballpark, very much ballpark. 28 airframes is, if Saab would gear up Linköping to its current maximum production rate, that's ballpark the same. But how about the rest of Europe? Is there anything being produced, and how much in account of airframes right now?
I'm not sure if we lost Latin now. I don't see him on the panel anymore. Maybe he'll come back and join us.
I saw him right before I started to speak, but now he's gone. I'll wait for him to come back.
Thank you, Ruth. I think he's just dropped down. He's requesting again, so hang around as soon as we get Latin back up. Hopefully he was able to hear your question. If not, you can just repeat it to him when he... Here we go. Latin, did you hear Ruth?
I did hear the question. As far as production of other combat types in the rest of Europe, Bruce, was that your question?
Yes, I'm pretty clear on what Sweden produces and can produce at maximum, but rest of Europe, I have no clue if there's anything going on right now.
Yeah, it's a pretty short list. You're right. I mean, Gripen is an important one, and hopefully plays a role in this scenario soon. But otherwise, it's basically Eurofighter or Rafale. That's it. And neither one of those appear to be, well, Eurofighter is not going to Ukraine anytime soon. Rafale could, medium to long term. I'm sure that the French would like to sell it to them. But no, there's neither of those two would have been. Gripen is the only one that's in a real position where it might appear in limited numbers, medium term, maybe.
Yes, but is there any production going on of Rafale or Eurofighter right now, or is
they're in production. Yep.
Doing for?
Yep, they're in production for their home air forces and for export.
Good. Good.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Benesta.
Thank you, Latin and Roos, for coming back, and hello, CC. Buenos tardes. I hope you're well.
And nice to see you too, Ernest. I haven't heard you in a while.
And you too, Latin. We've been keeping different times, but I've heard you were about this place, and I'm really excited to have you on at the same time. Just for the reasons you've been expounding on the last half an hour. So I've been listening. Thank you for making time. I hope you can stick around in the next couple of minutes. We're going to have our good friend War Doggo joining us with Danilo from the 13th, as was mentioned by Tracy. But just what CC said, I'd like to really dial in and focus on what you have mentioned. Yes, I also hold similar appreciation for Brian Fitzpatrick, Pennsylvania. The bill he has presented is not a bill that will pass, but I find it useful from where he is in his constituency, in his caucus, or whatever they refer to it as, that this is pulling their Overton window right to where we need it. So he's a very valuable actor and a sincere supporter of Ukraine. Not my cup of tea in the piece of proposed legislation he's put forward, not at all. But I know and I recognise useful politics when I see it, and that is a useful piece of politics he is playing. Not that we want that bill to pass, but that we need them to discuss that type of aid. So yeah, if you could just dial on that, CC, I'd really appreciate you for it. And next couple of minutes, hopefully we're going to have our guest with us. Hello, War Doggo. Love and hugs from North Florida.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, to answer your question, it's just like in the Arctic when there's ships that have ice breaking technology on their bows. I'm hoping Fitzpatrick, Irish name. I hope this initial bill.
We're not holding that against him. We're going to give him a pass for that.
That was for you. I hope that that's what this is just to get, because it was so frozen over solid with just nothing but nose and ice float of nose from Johnson. That this first one at least got everyone talking in the House. And, you know, oftentimes if people are at least talking and it doesn't look like a hopeless cause, then it'll open something up. Congress is a strange beast, right? So hopefully that's what this does. But it was very confusing where some people were calling and writing like, okay, let's go for Fitzpatrick, but they didn't realize that it had all the humanitarian aid stripped out, which humanitarian aid right now is so very crucial because it's firefighters are now acting as first responders as well, and in masses. And so the firefighters won't be paid with humanitarian aid. It means like we will lose first responders because they won't be paid. You know, people have to eat and have to feed their children, and all sorts of, you know, cascade of things. So I'll abbreviate it there because I know War Doggo's here. But that was but the thing that is huge is that the door is shutting right now because we got all the press from the 24th from the anniversary. We got stupid Navalny, but who cares if it brings a little light to the world, his death on Ukraine. But now the door is shutting, right? This is our opportunity, our only opportunity for the whole year. And because this opportunity right now is eclipsing, that's why we're all fanatically calling and writing. And you can think that we're crazy for doing it, but if you don't, like, it really is shutting the door on $61 billion worth of weapons that could be coming right at Putin's face. So please, even if you're infinitely annoyed, there's also a non-American working group. You can write me on how you can help, and I'll add you to that. This is it. This is our last shot here, and then it goes away. Like, there will not be another chance this year.
Absolutely, thank you, CC, because this week we're facing down the barrel of the State of the Union speech. I think it's Thursday coming up here in the week. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. So thank you for your answer and specificity. And for, as you said, you abridged it for us. So thank you very much. I appreciate you, CC. Please stick around. Thanks, Trace. Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Slava. Thank you so much, Ben Nestor. I believe you are going to be joining me in the co-host seat. I think you are going to be coming up and doing a guest spot, are you not? Maybe I've got that wrong. I'm not sure. I'll have to check the calendar. But
I'm guilty as charged. No, you caught me at work, Tracy. You caught me.
Thank you so much, Ben Nestor. It's great to have you here. And welcome to you, War Doggo.
Good evening, Tracy. Good evening, dear friends, or good afternoon, depending which part of the globe you are. Hope everybody's doing good. I see we're joined today, this evening, by our good friend. Already becomes a tradition with Danilo, the company command of the 13th Battalion of the 95th Air Assault Brigade, legendary 95th Brigade, who are currently located in the east of Ukraine. Good evening. Добрий вечір, Данило.
Доброго вечора, студія. Доброго вечора, слухачі. Перевіримо зв'язок, як мене чутно зараз.
Чудово чутно. Loud and clear, we hear you. How are you doing? Як справи?
Справи добре, як можна це сказати в нашій ситуації. Думаю, розмову будемо проводити більш так, питання і буде відповідь, і так будемо далі працювати.
Звісно, дякую. Everything is good as it can be. I think that today's session, if you want, we can go in question feedback sessions, considering that is not our first meeting. Overall is good. Overall is very good. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you and welcome. Danilo, thank you for making time to be here. Folks, if you're listening, it's MriyaReport.org. I'm going to make these announcements sporadically during our conversation with Danilo and War Doggo. Please retweet, share the space. We are fundraising for Danilo's unit, specifically for DJI-type drones to provide overhead observance, pretty much eye in the sky for protection and detection, for protection of Ukrainians and detection of enemy forces. So please give as generously as you can. Those are the specific pieces of kit we are fundraising for today and kicking off that fundraiser with our wonderful guest, Water Doggo, and Danilo. So thank you, Danilo, for being here. We can launch into some questions. Water Doggo, I have some that have been compiled here. Might do a little bit of questions and answers if you're into it, and then we can maybe take a couple of questions from the crowd. What do you think?
Sure, let's go for it. Let's go for it.
Sounds good to me. All right. So, like I said, I do have a little bit of preparation done here. Thank you very much to those who have spent many, many hours in working on the submissions and questions for our guests. It's my job just to read them out. So, with that in mind, I'm going to ask not so much about morale, but more so mentality and maintaining readiness in the unit or even larger structures he might know about. What are the key challenges that you would face in your unit maintaining operational readiness, effectiveness, particularly in the face or with the context of Russian observation and Russian threats so close to zero line? Thanks.
Питання оперативної ефективності, яким чином вдається на рівні вашого рівня підтримувати ефективність під таким суцільним наглядом, можна сказати, зі сторони росіян, і взагалі яким чином вдається бути ефективними та протидіяти небезпечному ворогові росіянам з їхніми слабкими та сильними сторонами.
Дякую за запитання. Дивіться, якщо ми розглядаємо ефективність, то треба тут розуміти, що це досягається навичками нашими. Навченість особового складу, навченість командного складу. Ці всі навички здобуваються, на жаль, дуже великою ціною. Цей досвід дуже важкий. Ну і це дає нам, як коли ми робимо помилки, робимо аналіз над цими помилками, і це дає нам успіх в подальшому на полі бою.
Well, the general, there is no secret, there is no magic. Overall, is the abilities and capability of the personnel and the constant ability to learn. Sometimes learning even the own mistakes through the practice, and unfortunately through some let's say tough situations we are in, but ability to learn, open to learn, and the quality of the personal with whom we are doing the job on the front lines. So that's the main secret.
Thank you, Ward Dog.
Something is all good with the connection,
Oh,
Bear?
can you hear me?
Yeah,
Sorry
yeah,
about that, Ward
okay.
Dog. I want to say thank you for the answer, Danilo, and it's not really a shock or surprise, but it's wonderful to hear it from you directly. It's been something that those of us who have known Ukrainians are not surprised to learn, that the individual capacity and quality of each of their citizens, not to weigh people's lives against each other, but the capacity that each Ukrainian has, as you say, to operate. And it's very actually gratifying to hear you speak so well of your own troops. Not that I think you would show a bad face in public, but I thought that was pretty special. Thank you. If you don't mind, War Doggo, I'll go back and ask the next question, or
Sure. I will
translate
just briefly translate, saying that звичайно навченість особового складу та є досить характерними рисами, і для нас є, скажімо так, ми спостерігаємо величезну здібність і здатність українських військових до цієї до адаптації і отримання нової інформації і в як це правильно сказати, здатності ставати кращими на полі бою. Тому дуже дякую за інформацію. Зараз також друге питання. Ernesto? You're muted, Ernesto.
Thanks, Wardago. I was indeed talking to myself. I beg your pardon for that. Thank you for reminding me. All right, I do have another prepared question, which would be, with obviously operational security in mind and individual and unit protection foremost in our minds. When I ask the question, could you share with us any information about any recent successful missions or operations undertaken by your battalion or unit? Obviously, no specifics being asked, but just general. Thank you for your translation, Wardago.
Питання відносно з нещодавніх, те, про що можна говорити, успішних операцій батальйону або частини, про котрі можна говорити. Ту частину, котру можна розкривати. Ми, звісно, не просимо говорити про щось, що не є забороненим.
Да, я зрозумів. Остання із таких потужних операцій, які була проведена нашим батальйоном, це звільнення населеного пункту Кліщіївка, це Донецька область, поблизу населеного пункту Бахмут. Якщо дивитися по цій операції, нікому немає секрету, це не приховується, що у Росії дуже великі ресурси, як матеріальні, так і людські. І вони можуть ризикувати що в обороні, що в наступі, можуть давати велику кількість свого особового складу для тої чи іншої потреби. Як в обороні вони можуть ставати там по 10-15 осіб, там 2-3 відділення, якщо ми знищимо, це для них більш-менш нормально. Ми не маємо такого ресурсу. І це теж треба усвідомлювати. Плюс вони дуже швидко в нас вчаться. Нам, щоб провести операцію одну із, треба вигадувати велосипед, який вже є, і його модернізувати. І це ускладнює дуже багато наших операцій. Операція по звільненню Кліщіївки – це одна із висот, на яких знаходились росіяни. Там сили були доволі сильні, це їхні високомобільні війська, плюс підрозділи тимчасово окупованої Чечні. Це батальйон Ахмат, там стояв один із. Ми провели вдалу операцію з невеликими втратами. Ми забрали цей населений пункт. Це дуже великий успіх був за минулий рік для нашого батальйону.
Давай я перекладу. Дякую дуже за відповідь. One of those that we can already disclose, that we can speak about, was the operation in liberating the Klishivka, which is close to Bakhmut. The area is located in the area dominating heights, and Russia being concentrating there the high mobility forces and the occupied Republic of Chechnya battalions, Ahmed. And overall, Russia has the big resources. Is not a surprise. They are capable to sustain the losses. And what is also showing this war is that they are fast in learning. They are learning fast from us in particular. and we are not capable to sustain that kind of losses that Russia has immunity to. They don't care about like putting in groups to defend and like sustaining 15, 20 people lost in one certain group of the attack. In our case, we are not that we are not fighting like that, and therefore operation in Klishchiivka was one of the operations where we managed to conduct with pretty successful result, and that's why I think that yes, Klishchiivka is one of the remarkable stories that we can highlight.
Thank you very much, Wardago and Danilo. Yes, very much well received the point that we have seen the enemy very willing to spend the lives of their men, but at the same time learning and adapting to what Ukraine has taught them, or what Ukraine has been expert, and so you forced Russians to perish and those Russians who survive to learn. You're quite right to make the point that the inhumanity of the enemy is seen in the way they treat their own formations. Not that we have sympathy for them, but to observe that although they may believe themselves, if possible, to spend the lives of their fighters in this way, it is not something they should do. I don't think that they take proper account of the attrition that's being, well, not even the attrition, but the devastation that Ukraine are managed to inflict upon their male population. Perhaps the conversation for another time. I'll go on to the next question, Wardago. What do you think?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Tremendous. Well, bear with me. I'm just going to pull it up here. It goes to something that Danilo had mentioned in his answer. And I suppose it would be the other side of the coin. So, in as far as much as you can share from your own battalion level or unit level, how have you adapted your own strategies and a smaller level tactics in response to what the enemy has itself learned from you folks, and in response to learning from the way in which Russia has restolen and reoccupied land recently? What are the adaptations, insofar as much as you can speak to? We just love to hear about them. Thanks for being so generous with your time. You're very welcome here.
Ще раз дякуємо взагалі, що змогли приділити час, і величезна подяка за ту інформацію, яку ви надаєте. Вона надзвичайно цікава слухачам. Скажіть, будь ласка, з іншої сторони, стосовно вас, як ваш батальйон, як ваша частина організації війська, як в свою чергу ви адаптуєте свою тактику та стратегію у відповідь на активні дії росіян, і як ми вчимося в них? Чи є в нас чому в них повчитися ось з самого такого першого почати?
Дивіться, щоб зрозуміти, нам є що в них повчитися, окрім того, що Росія за останні, візьмемо, 50 років, вона воювала не з одним десятком країн. І досвід бойовий в них дуже великий. В нас досвід бойовий. Зараз на нинішній день 10 років. Ну, ми не враховуємо ті миротворчі контингенти, які виїжджали там в Ліберію і є же з ним країни. Активний бойовий досвід, який ми здобули, і який дав нам змогу вистояти перші дні війни, в перші місяці, це оперативний резерв, який був навчений під час АТО і ООС. Це дало змогу нам дати фору, тому що ті загрози, які робила Росія, починаючи з 2004 року, підрив складів, яке вплинуло в подальшому на нашу боєздатність, це впливає на успіх окремих підрозділів в якості і нанесення вогневому ураженню. Тому треба було навчитись управляти військами за мінімальної підтримки артилерії. Це одне з таких важливих моментів, які у нас є в батальйоні, цей досвід. Це і зараз ми не скриваємо, що у нас зараз немає паритету перед Росією, тому що в Росії, окрім того, що вона сама виробляє боєприпаси, вона ще отримує боєприпаси з Іраку, Ірану і Північної Кореї. Да, це боєприпаси сумнівної якості, але вони все ж таки наносять урон, і в дуже великої кількості в них вони. Ми собі не можемо це дозволити, тому що у нас стільки боєприпасу немає. Наприклад, у нас на наш один постріл вони роблять 10-15 пострілів. І нам треба наносити вогневе ураження більш ефективно, більш точечно, тому ми використовуємо більш сучасні такі технології, типу FPV-дрони, це дрони зі скидами, ударні дрони типу Баба Яга, типу Вампір. Це українські розробки Баба Яга і Вампір. Тому намагаємось якось адаптуватись, щоб наносити більш так масово для них удар. Знищити противника так.
Of course, Russians are in their wars for the recent 50 years, and definitely they would be mastering what they do. There are some certain things that definitely we can learn from them, but there are some things we definitely wouldn't want to learn from them. That incorporating the tactics of terror is something that we are not learning from them, and we are not going to learn from them. But for them, being 50 years in wars versus our, let's call it like 10 years of wars, not counting the peacekeeping operations that Ukraine thing in prior 2014. We have to adapt not only to Russian tactics, but what they were doing through the whole period prior the full-scale invasion since 2014. You probably don't remember already, but back in the years there were a lot of sabotage that Russia have been doing with Ukrainian ammo warehouses, explosions, and the mass amount of ammunition that unfortunately was lost during this sabotage actions of Russia. And in fact, it played these days even a big role in certain units access to a certain types of the ammunition. And yeah, we have to adapt ourselves. First of all, we had to learn to conduct the defense operations and assault operations with the minimal artillery support. This is something that is not that common and is not that happening everywhere. There is no equality in ammo with Russia, because even if Russia is having some artillery ammo hunger, they've got their replenishment supplies from North Korea, from Iran, and that is something that it makes them to have like the composition of correspondence is like on 1 hour artillery shot they're having 10-15 shots, and in this way we have to work more on precision, using the current technologies with precision and using modern technologies. And with that respect, that's why we're using the FPVs, we're using the local produced drones like the vampire, like the Baba Yaga and many others that are locally produced, and they are serving the purpose, not like because that everything is so technologically advanced, but simply because we have to, as soon as there is no such luxury to spend 10 or 15 artillery shots in one shot from the other side, like Russia has in our return. That's the answer to the question.
And it's a powerful answer. Thank you, Danilo. I appreciate it. Your thoughtfulness and taking us through it so comprehensively. Wonderful answer. Thank you, War Doggo, for your efforts. I'd like to just take a little moment to remind folks, it seems apt, as we just mentioned, the advantage Ukrainians have leveraged in use of technology versus mass, which the enemy is looking to employ. And Ukraine has stymied, or as we have learned, will continue to stymie if we can continue to supply both munitions on the national level, and here on our own personal direct aid level, we're looking to supply DJI drones. So as I might ask folks to check out the card that's in the nest, retweet and share, visit MriyaReport.org, make a donation according to your means. We don't need your rent money. Pay your rent. We're talking about money from your disposable income or money you may have set aside for charitable giving. This would be a good cause to give to. Our DJI drones are being fundraised for, kicking off that fundraiser today, and we will be delivering them to Danilo through the good offices of War Doggo. So this little conversation here is with a particular point in mind, not just information, but also direct aid being supplied. So folks, if you can, retweet and share, give according to your means. My name is Bernesto. I've been here on the space for a couple of years, supporting Ukraine years prior. It's my honor to be here to speak with you. Thank you for making time. I'd like to introduce our colleague Jenny. Good afternoon, good night, Jenny. Hope you're well. And I'll hand the reins over. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Meantime, I will briefly translate while you prepare, guys. Thanks, Bernesto. Тим часом я буквально в 2 словах перекладу. Бернесто якраз розповідав, що фокусуючись на технологічній складовій, це якраз те, яким чином MriyaReport хотіло би, і слухачі MriyaReport хотіли би допомогти тобі і приятелям, служивцям по підрозділу, таким чином, щоб допомогти назбирати на ті дрони, котрі зараз з'явилися в цій каруселі, в цій зустрічі, аби допомогти бути більш ефективними. І саме ці дрони Бернесто запрошував людей прийняти участь у цьому фандрайзері, котрий буде для 95-ї бригади, для 13-го батальйону, для твоїх хлопців. And we can move on with the other questions. Jenny, you...
Я можу зараз.
Дивись,
Я можу розповісти трохи по Авдіївці, в чому заключається плюс. Це вдала російська операція. Окрім того, що вони зрівняли, якщо їм цікаво, то я можу розповісти.
Звісно. Зараз я буквально перекладу. If you're interested, I can share with you some interesting things related to Avdiivka, related to this Russian operation, and if you're interested, we can go to some certain details related to Avdiivka if you would like.
You'll check with the boss. Jenny, what do you say?
Oh, I would love it. Please do. Thank you.
Звісно, будь ласка, Данило.
Я буду говорити кейсом. Кейс проговорив, і ти перевів, далі я продовжую.
Давай.
Щоб зрозуміти, чому була захвачена Авдіївка, треба взяти істоки цього. Всі чули про подкоп, який вони зробили, прорили тунель. Типу прорили. Насамперед, це не проритий тунель. Вони скористались тою можливістю, що коли ударили по підстанції водній, перебили її, водонапорна башня не постачала воду в населений пункт, а магістральні труби там більше метра в діаметрі. І вони по цим трубам провели вдалу вилазку нам в тил. Це, так мовити, вони застосували операцію троянського коню. Вони зайшли нам в тил, завдяки магістральним трубам. І це треба визнавати, що це вдало. Окрім того, що вони зрівняли в місто, тому що вони силою не змогли взяти це місто. Це висота, дуже там висоти. Я в 16-му році мав там змогу обороняти цей рубіж. Я там більше року простояв, тому я приблизно знаю, як вони там розставлялися сили і в чому була перевага наших сил. Ну, але оцей троянський кінь, який вони запустили, це можна сказати, троянського коня вони запустили.
Давай я буквально
Це
коротко перекладу і підемо далі. Давай.
давай.
Like everybody wants probably to understand why Avdiivka was successfully attacked by Russian, because we have to admit that is the Russian attack, and as the consequence of that attack, if we can discuss this from the different aspects: how many people Russian lost, and like what's the meaning of this territory, considering that Russia have ruined everything to almost the ground everywhere to the area that they capture. But there is a very particular moment in seizing Avdiivka. Everybody is saying, and you probably have heard, that they were digging out the tunnel in order to run the operation. In fact, it is something like part of Russian lies. In fact, there was the water pumping station, and when they destroyed the water pumping station, when they dried the water supply lines, actually they used the water supply lines, or dried water supply lines, because there are the pipes that are like almost 1 meter in the diameter, and they were using those
Storm drains. Yep, big concrete storm drains.
Yes, exactly. And they use those water supply artery in order to get to the armed forces. Let me find the proper word. Just a moment. They managed to get from the rear of the Ukrainian armed forces, just using all of these water supply arteries that were dried after destroying the water pump station. That's the general idea how they get suddenly in Avdiivka, because actually I'm in this area since 2016, so this position of force was, and like having been in that area since 2016 and understanding like the whole landscape specifics and all of the defense lines, how they are set up in this area. So that was not that easy by Russians, but we have to admit they did pretty successful operation by this kind of Trojan horse getting in the rear of Ukrainian armed forces through these water pipelines that are pretty big in diameter, allowing them just one human to get into this water line and to transport, like to crawl in the rear of Ukrainian armed forces.
Thank you, Wardog. I think it illustrates wonderfully as an example, the questions that we've been going through for the past half an hour or so, that Russians have learned and will continue to learn and adapt. And we would be fools if we didn't analyze their successes to take away how we can learn from ostensible good procedure or good tactics or strategies that they have employed. So I think it's very valuable both to share that truth, combat the Russian lies and disinformation, so that we can learn from the factual situation. So for that alone, thank you. And I do understand that Avdiivka has been in the frontline battle zone for many years, and it doesn't escape my attention that the inhumanity of cutting water supply was apparently what allowed them to do it. So Just wanted to put an emphasis on that, and then of course to welcome our colleague, boss lady Jenny. Thank you for being here, Jenny. Hand over to you, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. And thank you for having me. My question is, what measures does your battalion take to mitigate the physical and psychological toll of combat on your soldiers?
Як ти вбачаєш, продовжуємо далі по питаннях, чи ти продовжиш по Авдіївці?
По Авдіївці я можу закінчувати вже. Це, ну, цей досвід, який, на жаль, плачевний дуже для нас. Це показує нам, що ми не всі можливості використовуємо. Ми не використали ті можливості, які вони використали. Це, на жаль, це підземні комунікації. Донбас — це така дуже цікава агломерація, так, даже територія, яка побудована, окрім те, що ми бачимо, там дуже ще багато є підземних комунікацій. Їх треба використовувати. На жаль, Авдіївка показала, що тут вони нас обхитрили. І треба робити аналізи і рухатись далі, щоб працювати на нашу перемогу.
Тим часом ще питання від Дженні: яким чином підтримуєте високий моральний дух військових, особливо враховуючи триваючу війну, деякі операції успішні з їхньої сторони. Яким чином бійці є мотивовані, щоб вони роблять ефективно?
Дивіться, щоб зрозуміти про мотивацію і дух, не всі ми народжені воїнами. Є люди, які трошечки слабкі, є більш навчені, але нас об'єднує тільки те, що ми розуміємо, задля чого ми це робимо. Чому ми йдемо вперед, чому стоїмо в оборону. Ми розуміємо всі ціну, яку ми платимо за демократію, за нашу свободу, ще за всю історію світу. Жодна країна стільки не платила, скільки заплатила Україна. Якщо подивитися по історії. Україна постійно платить за свою свободу. Постійно. Дуже багато воїн ми пережили, і зараз одна із самих великих воїн, яка є на планеті за останні, можна сказати, 100 років, не 100, 70. Ми зараз воюємо. Жодна країна з таким темпом, з такою силою не воювала. Тому що ми розуміємо, що росіяни не зупиняться на цьому. Вони вже відкрито кажуть, що вони будуть нас знищувати, переселяти в Сибір, робити фільтрацію. Якщо вони нас захватять, тобі ж нас будуть знищувати. Тому тут в сегменті того, що морального духу, у кожного, кожен сам знає, як розвантажитись. Кожен знає, як заспокоїти себе. Підтримка своїх побратимів теж впливає. Тому якось так ми живемо однією сім'єю, одним підрозділом, одним батальйоном. Кожен друг за друга, тому так і виживаємо.
Дякую тобі за цю відповідь. First of all, like saying couple of words, finishing on Avdiivka is a bright example that there are some certain things that we have to also to think and adapt on using these underground structures and different industrial structures in certain way that will help us to have the advantage over the enemy. In Russian case, Avdiivka was exactly something that they showed to be very capable of doing so, and we exactly have to be smarter. We have to invent certain things. Answering your particular question related to motivation, look, not everybody is born for the war, right? But the circumstances create you being a certain person. We all understand that someone might be weaker than the another, but what definitely we all understand is that why we are all here. We understand the price that we are paying, and if you turn the pages of Ukrainian history back, I believe Ukraine is one of the countries who pays one of the most during its history for its existence. And this didn't happen yesterday, that didn't happen 10 years ago, that didn't happen 100 years ago, or even. But if you turn like far you go, you will see those lands always paying for its independence, for its freedom. And that's actually what's happening now. Ukraine just simply pays for its freedom. Unfortunately, that horrible price in one of the biggest wars among the many decades after the Second World War. And we all understand that the alternative from being here is the knowledge that Russians will not stop. They're saying this openly, and they already said that they're going to annihilate us. They came to destroy us, and this is part of the motivations, knowing that the alternative is that simply if we don't hold the line, like we are not going to exist. And they're already openly saying that they're going to create the concentration camps. They're going to send us back to this east, back behind their back, east of Russia to Siberia. They're going to take our homes, same that they are doing in the occupied territories. That's the alternative, and everybody understands that this is the part of the history that is in front of us, and we just have to be where we are. And everybody has his own tips and tricks how to find, I don't know, calm and how to calm himself, and how to discharge the pressure that we are having. But the understanding why we are here, that's one of the biggest motivation, I would call. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the answer. I know it's, well, no, I don't know how hard it must be. That's- yeah, I don't, but I do know I do understand the importance of being able to keep the morale up and have the eye on the fact that you are fighting for your freedom, that you are fighting to have your country back and not be under the boot of the Russians. And I'm really super impressed. Over to you, Bernstein.
Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the question and very thoughtful answer. And the stark reality which has been shared by Dinalo is something which is a luxury which some folks in Western countries have deluded themselves with, that there is some sort of guarantee of freedom. There's not. The guarantee of freedom is one's willingness to sacrifice everything to ensure that those standing behind them survive and live in a free way. And your reference to the historical place of the Ukrainian people as free people for thousands of years, I appreciate you pointing that out. It's something I grew up with as a child, knowing, but that's just separately coming from a Irish upbringing. We would have had opportunity to read and study about other nations who have maintained their own sovereignty and freedom down through centuries. But I am very glad for you to repeat it here. And it is noble that that is the sense of duty and reality that this current generation of Ukrainians feels, senses, and rises to. in the face of the would-be new Russian Empire. Those words are disgusting in my mouth. So that was just my impression and my appreciation of the answer. Folks, if you're listening, please do retweet and share the space. We have a very wonderful guest, Danilo, with us live from East Ukraine. We're trying to fundraise DJI Mavic 3 drones together here as a community to send to Danilo and his unit. So if you feel like that's something you can get involved with, please retweet our space, visit MriyaReport.org, make a contribution. A great host and friend of our space, Alan, often points out, and Robin Schwartz as well, that some folks like to do recurring donations. So that could be something interesting to you if you have a set budget for charitable giving, something you like to budget for. Then you may be setting that continuous recurring option is something that works in your plan. Just wanted to remind people of that and encourage folks to retweet and share. This is MriyaReport.org. You can listen to us on YouTube. You can listen here on Twitter. You can find us on Instagram. Across your platforms, you'll find Maria Report. Please show your support and donate according to your means. Miss Jenny, shall we return to some questions, or would you like to riff a little bit?
I will probably briefly translate general point of your previous couple of sentences, so we don't lose the track over the discussion.
You got it.
Just 1 second. Крім того, що пан Бернесто запрошував слухачів прийняти участь у зборі, котрий MriyaReport відкрила для тебе на Мавіки, котрі видно в цьому в каруселі серед повідомлень, будуть підтримувати цей збір. Так, вони повністю погоджуються з тим, що сьогоднішня відвага та той рівень професіоналізму, котрий ми можемо показати, котрий ми показуємо, це є, можна сказати, в такого рівня умовах це є безпрецедентно. І якби ми не кожного дня не платили ту величезну ціну, зупиняючи Росію. Мотивація Росії теж зрозуміла. Це нова Російська імперія, причому це не Радянський Союз, це нова Російська імперія. Ось, і вони це теж не скривають. Ось. Підемо далі по питаннях?
Ну, давайте.
Yeah, let's go through the next questions.
Sure. What kind of support do you guys get from, like, what kind of support do you get from different organizations, and how does this impact the operations and the morale of your soldiers?
Яку підтримку, який рівень підтримки ви отримаєте від різних організацій, і яким чином це впливає на роботу, яким чином це допомагає, чи це допомагає морально відчувати, що є люди, котрим не байдуже, і це підтримки?
У нас підтримка, дивлячись по нашим задачам, подивлячись по плану, який стоїть. Ми робимо запит на старлінки, на пікапи, на машини евакуації, на ті ж самі мавики, DJI, тому що це розходний матеріал, який втрачається дуже швидко, іноді одного ППЛА вистачає ровно на один виліт. Його треба постійно поповнювати, тому що якщо ми десь будемо неуважні в повітрі, це дуже впливає на боєздатність піхоти, яка стоїть в окопі. Ми бачимо з повітря більше, чим вони. І ми можемо нанести упереджувальний удар по противнику, знищувати його силу живу, наносити ураження його резерву, зменшувати його наступальний потенціал. Тому, дивлячись, яке завдання, намагаємося робити запити всюди, де можна, щоб якось поповнювати. Ми на жаль, втратили недавно машину евакуації. Зараз робили декілька запитів, щоб, може, хтось нам дасть машину евакуації з поля бою. Можливості нам організації дають, якщо в них є. Тому отак от і виживаємо в таких умовах.
Yeah, of course. Considering that 95th Brigade is pretty effective brigade, we are cooperating with many different organizations, with a lot of people who care, and what we need is actually depends on like specific things what we are doing, and sometimes it is about the drones, about the evacuation vehicles, about certain specific things that are needed on this particular time, or that we have recently lost something and we need to replenish the loss. Therefore, yes, we are working with different organizations that we regularly send the requests to, and that's they're all trying to help us, but you can imagine that sometimes the requirements are that big, because like let's imagine one Mavic drone is the consumable, because sometimes in the worst cases, in the tough battle environment, when you are operating the drone, sometimes the life cycle of one drone can be simply 1 day of one operation of one flight, because simply the intensivity of the actions are that tough that those equipment is pretty frequently lost, unfortunately. And yes, it needs to be replenished, and that is why we are working with different organizations who are helping us to get all of that recovered. And the level of support is huge, but the level of the requirement is also not getting lower, because the units are getting bigger, new people are coming, and you can imagine that the armed forces are scaling, and that triggers a lot of new requirements. That's the idea behind.
Thank you so much for that question. I can imagine. I'm actually surprised that the drones last more than just one flight. That is amazing. It This war has shown me the new style of warfare. I used to live in a military town, and I don't think that they use drones, but I have seen that this is something that my own country is now looking into. We're learning so much from what the Ukrainians are doing. You are amazing. So thank you. Over to you, Bernard.
I will translate just briefly, so we follow the course of the discussion together. Так, насправді використання дронів – це те, що ще вчора не було настільки розповсюджено, наскільки воно розповсюджено сьогодні. І це те, чому навіть великі країни сьогодні вчаться, тому що це необхідність, це еволюція в сенсі ведення воєнних дій. І так, Україна в даному сенсі використовує те, що є найбільш ефективним, аби бути більш мобільною, більш витривалою і більш гнучкою армією, в сенсі бути спритнішим за ворога. Так, ви абсолютно праві. Дякую. Багато хто зараз у вас вчиться цьому. Ернесто?
Thank you. Appreciate that. Want to use the opportunity yet again. Folks have been responding to my requests, so I'm going to take that as encouragement. Thank you. Please retweet and share the space. MriyaReport.org. Use the hashtag. Share it across your various social media. If you're a person who does WhatsApp chains, if you're a certain generation, then send us around. Stick in MriyaReport.org. Visit the website. We are fundraising, as you might have gleaned, for the GI Mavic 3 type drones to supply directly to Danilo and his unit in East Ukraine. And Wardog very kindly is here helping us translate so we can communicate more effectively and efficiently. We have prepared questions. I'm going to dip back into them if that's okay, folks. I'll take that as
Sure,
a
go
yes.
for it.
Good man. Let's pull it back up here. So I suppose we are still on the topic of drones, and not just because it is our new topic for fundraising, but because of their efficacy and their use and the brilliant use Ukrainians have made of them. So this question, I guess, is in that direction. Could you discuss any specific instances, obviously with the usual caveat and safety measures about information? Can you discuss specific instances where thermal drone technology, such as the Mavic 3 will provide or has provided, has been instrumental in preventing potential threats to your battalion or indeed the civilian populations that you're aware of? Thanks, Wardago.
Thank you. Питання, наскільки це можливо розповідати, але, наприклад, технологія, можливо, ви можете розказати більш детально відносно дронів з тепловою технологією, тепловізійною технологією в сенсі, наскільки ця технологія є важливою, можливо, конкретні якісь випадки, коли, використовуючи дрон, можна було запобігати атакам ворога або якісь превентивні дії, тому що на сьогоднішній день дрони інтегровані в структуру ведення і оборони, і наступальних дій 24/7. Є мавіки, котрі використовуються на ротаційній основі, постійно знаходяться в повітрі, є якісь специфічні речі. Ось, можливо, ви можете розказати щось про інтеграцію дронів з тепловізійною камерою в можливості покращення засобів, яким чином, оборони чи превентивних якихось дій, котрі допомагають краще бути ефективними.
Дякую за запитання. Да, зрозумів я. Так. З приводу теплових засобів, тобі ж DJI Mavic 3, T, Matrix 30, це теж DJI, Autel 4T. Це ці засоби більш розгалужені на рівні командира в рот, командири батальйонів. Ці засоби постійно знаходяться в повітрі цілодобово. Вони надають змогу нанести ураження противнику, як коли йде зміна їх засобів на постах, коли вони підтягують свою живу силу. Точно так ми можемо, був у нас такий досвід, підняли ми, БПЛА з тепловою камерою, ще темно не було, це було літо, і дуже видно мінні поля в тепловізор. Ми зрозуміли, що ми можемо продивлятись мінне поле, як воно в них розташовано. Його дуже видно в теплі засоби. І це надає змогу в подальшому розвивати успіх в наступальних операціях.
Давай я перекладу коротенько. Overall, yes, those drones that are the most popular, Matrix 30 or Autel 4T or DJI Matrix 3T. Those are the drones that are used 24/7 on the command level, and they are integrated in military standard operation procedures to be on duty 24/7, really, because it allows to make the certain actions against an enemy when some changes are happening, or when they are doing the rotations, when they are changing the position. So within any changes, we are capable to spot that, and we are capable to prevent certain military force concentration. We are always with those thermal eyes in the skies. We are capable to prevent certain enemy actions, and we are one step ahead, seeing what they do. Another pretty bright example is like it was the previous summer, where when it was not yet dark. It was during the sunset, and during the summer the ground the ground gets hot, and the surface gets hot. And when we put the drones when we put drones up in the skies, we actually, in a certain moment of the day, when the ground becomes uh, becomes colder, and some objects like metal objects, they are still keeping the heat. We're capable to see with the thermal drones the minefields that an enemy use as the engineering, like a preventive fortification, in order to prevent the assault actions from our side. And you can imagine how helpful it is to be capable to spot the enemy minefields, and to make a map of an enemy minefields in order to use that map in the successful attacks. That's actually the advantage of the thermal drone. So prevention, and being capable to spot an enemy, because nothing can hide against the thermal camera.
That sounds amazing. I didn't realize that they were that high tech. That is really brilliant. I'm so impressed. So I'm looking at the questions. How do thermal drones contribute to the reconnaissance and surveillance capabilities of the battalion? Well, especially when detecting enemy movements and positions. And have they been instrumental in the operational effectiveness of his unit?
Thanks. Ви сказали, що безпілотні літальні апарати, в частності з тепловізійною камерою, допомагають розвідці та нагляду за супротивником. Яким чином взагалі це допомагає виявляти рухи позицій противника, там як вони впливають на оперативну ефективність в сенсі? Попишіть, будь ласка, для глядачів, котрі, можливо, цього не розуміють.
Я більш детально не можу розповідати про деякі речі, але загалом я розповім, як воно відбувається. Наприклад, глибина командного пункту командира роти, там знаходиться інтернет Starlink, це мобільна, вона знаходиться недалеко від лінії фронту, дуже недалеко. І там знаходяться монітори, невеличкі такі комп'ютери, тачбуки захищені. І ми дивимося онлайн-трансляцію з цих мавіків, і ми можемо прийняти рішення в сію секунду. Точно так може прийняти рішення командир батальйону, тому що він бачить ту ж саму картинку. Точно так і бачить картинку командир бригади. Ми можемо приймати рішення сію секунду, тому що війна йде в режимі нон-стоп. Дуже швидко все. І треба тут, хто швидше прийняв рішення, той і виграв.
Давай я коротенько і далі підемо відповідати на питання. Проте, щоб не були довгі паузи. I will do the short translation, and then we move on answering the question. So you can imagine the platoon command is like in a certain depth from the front line, but is not that far actually from the front line. And there are organized certain like awareness rooms. Like you can imagine the room like full of TVs, right? And the drone picture is broadcasted live and all of this TVs and laptops 24/7 for live situational awareness, and that the same picture is having the brigade commander, and that gives the possibility to spot all of the battlefield picture in live, and the one who has the live information is the one who is faster in making the decisions, and the one who is making the decisions faster is actually the one who wins the war. And I will continue answering the question. Продовжуй, будь ласка.
І у нас вибудована своя система спостереження. У нас є програмне забезпечення, яке забезпечує нам повністю в 24/7 доступ до цих стрімів. Ми стрім називаємо. І ми приймаємо рішення раніше, чим піхота може зробити доповідь. Ми прийняли рішення вже, а піхота тільки може через хвилин 5 побачити те, що ми побачили ще заздалегідь. Ми бачимо противника зачасту раніше, чим бачить людина, яка стоїть в окопі. І це нам дає фору дуже велику. Ми можемо нанести вогневе ураження ефективно, можемо застосувати той чи інший засіб, виходячи вже з картинки, яка у нас є.
Давай я далі перекладу. So actually having this system that incorporates the drone with this surveillance, observation and monitoring, we call it streaming system with the specific secure software, and it allows the decisions to be made that fast that like we make a decision having the full situational awareness in using this side picture on the battleground from all the drones that are broadcasting in such awareness rooms. Decision is taken, decision is made in the moment, while the infantry guys with their feet on the ground, they just understand what's going on. Like we are like several steps ahead, having the eyes above them, understanding in which direction overall the things are developing, and capable to take fast decisions, much more effective rather than being on the ground and like seeing just like several meters around you, and especially in the environment of the battle where everything is absolutely turning around and like absolutely disoriented. Продовжуй, будь ласка.
Да, є в деяких моментах свої мінуси, тому що, наприклад, стрім дуже погано видно, наприклад, при поганих погодних умовах стрім не може вестись, тому що ці засоби неефективні. Ми виходимо вже, іноді буває, запускаємо ми цей засіб, екіпаж злітає, дивиться, але ми цей засіб втрачаємо із-за погодних умов. Наприклад, там дощ йде, сніг, дуже погано. Це ні для кого не секрет, що в Мавіки дуже погано видно при тумані. Є свої мінуси, але зараз це все рівно дає перевагу. Таких днів поганих не так то і багато. І завдяки цьому програмному забезпеченню, завдяки Мавікам, більшу частину спостереження веде Мавік. Оцей от DJI Fly 3. І він надає нам змогу більш ефективно використовувати свої сили та засоби і наносити противнику, щоб він ніс набагато більше втрат, чим ми несли ці втрати.
Дякую, давай перекладу. Overall, together with so many pluses. Obviously, there are the minuses, but the minuses are coming not from this device specifically, but the weather condition. Because bad weather conditions, they are not allowing to use those devices. We are trying not to use those devices during heavy rains and snowings, because like those conditions are causing a lot of those items losses, and we are trying to be very careful with those devices, despite that they're the consumables, but they're rare consumables these days. That's why is really something that we are trying to take care of. Unfortunately, those devices are not very helpful during the fog times, because they are not like very capable in seeing through the fog. But like thermal sites are helping a lot uh, in in doing so. Usual regular the civil drones, Mavics, you cannot even imagine how they are helpful on the battleground in the situational awareness, where we are capable to make the better decisions and faster decisions, having 360-degree information on the battleground and making decisions based on how the things on the battleground evolves. That is very helpful thing, and that is mm, very capable thing, despite it just the civil technology. Thanks.
That must be like a super great advantage to have over your enemy. And when you can do it with the drones where you don't have to, like he said, sneak up and just be right by your enemy, but you can instead surveillance it from above. That must be such an advantage. Thank you.
Так, насправді, використовуючи дрони, це, якщо пояснити слухачам по-простому, то умовно ви можете бачити згори те, куди в інакшому випадку прийшлось би йти ногами, правильно? І бачити картину дрону значно ефективніше, ніж йти кудись незрозуміло куди, де незрозуміло, що очікує. Краще підняти дрон і подивитися на це згори, правда?
Так, на жаль, дрони не замінять людину, тому що є свої, так мовити, плюси, є свої мінуси. Це допрацювання треба повністю програмного забезпечення, але вона полегшує життя тим, хто стоїть в окопі. Це ми не можемо повпливати на ствольну артилерію, яка може розбирати повністю спостережний пункт. Ми не можемо повпливати на реактивну систему залпового вогню, яка може знести цю ділянку фронту. Але ми можемо вплинути на штурмовий потенціал противника завдяки дронам. І що ми і робимо на даний час.
Звісно, дуже дякую. Yeah, sure. Drones will not, on the other side, substitute human, but they are pretty much making the job easy for those on the ground. We may not substitute the use of artillery that is capable in destroying an enemy positions pretty fast and pretty precise. We will not substitute the use of the rocket artillery that is also important element in damaging like creating the certain damage to effective damage to an enemy. But we can definitely help them to be more precise and to be faster reaction, in a sense of faster decisions, and being very capable in correcting correcting the fire of those means of battle equipment, let's call it like this. Let's go for the other question.
Jenny, do you want to go, or should I take the question? I'd like you to have it if you don't mind, or if you don't have it to hand, I can go.
I'll go. So he did say, he did mention that fog was one of the challenges when it came to the drones. And if it's not confidential and it doesn't compromise his unit, what are some other challenges that arise when you work with drones, and how do they overcome them?
Yeah, thanks. Ви зазначили, що туман є проблемою для дронів, чи туман є також проблемою для дронів з тепловізійною камерою, і чи які ще проблемні моменти, з котрими взагалі з використанням дрона, чи взагалі проблемні моменти, з котрими стикається ваш підрозділ, і яким чином ви ці проблеми вирішуєте, якщо це про це можна говорити?
Дивіться, ну вплинути на розробника ми ніяк не можемо. Це Китай цю розробку зробив. У цій розробки є свої плюси, є свої мінуси. Ми вплинути на це не можемо. Ми вже адаптовуємось під цей прилад, який є. Може, в найближчий час наші розробники самі зможуть щось на кшталт DJI Mavic зробити більш ефективне, яке буде захищено від вологи. Але, на жаль, зараз ми в такій ситуації, що ми повинні підлаштовуватись під цей засіб. Та і що денний дрон, що нічний, вони дуже погано бачать в туман, тому що туман це перешкода як такова, але видно все рівно, не така картинка якісна, але все рівно можна окремі деталі побачити тепло, і далі приймати рішення вже більш, так можна сказати, ну, по інтуїції, чи може бути це, чи не може.
Дякую. Yeah, you're right. The fog is the, like, I'll call it, less permissive to see the picture in regular in very good clear way. So for both the regular drones and for the night drones is the complication, because like the fog are the objects of small drops of water, and that's why it complicates a picture a lot. But like it still allows to see some general characteristics of the object, like the heat, for instance, and then already an experienced operator is usually, based on his knowledge, he's taking a decision considering a certain object, if it can be an enemy, or it can be some concentration of forces, or can be some equipment. So it's more of an experience thing. That's why human is also pretty important. Like a soldier is pretty important part of this unit with the machines, let's call it this way. On this particular civil drones that are being used, we are limited with those capabilities that the producer have put in it, and like it has some disadvantages, but this is like something that's being set as the main characteristics of that device. We are really hoping to have pretty soon several things being developed in Ukraine that we can adapt the technology in a sense that certain limitations that are available in the externally produced overseas in China, that we can overcome here locally, and trying to mitigate those limitations that we are today facing with those devices produced for a civil market. They're just the civil devices; they're not produced for military, obviously. And yeah, we have to work on some with certain limitations, because today we know that they will not be changed, and that means we have to adapt. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, it did. Thank you so much. Um, Speaking about thermal drones, what will have the greatest impact on your battalion's operations going forward?
Якщо говорити про теплові безпілотники, про безпілотники з тепловізійною камерою, що матиме найбільший вплив на роботу вашого батальйону, маючи ці девайси? Чим саме вони такі помічні?
Що мається на увазі під словом вплив? Як
Маю на увазі, чим саме вони будуть такими помічні для вас? Або якщо перефразувати, який, ну, якщо в двох словах, то чим їх така буде велика поміч для вас? Саме з дронів з термокамерою?
Дивіться, щоб зрозуміти, у нас війна не йде тільки вдень, вона йде і вночі. Нічні дрони вони повинні мати теплову камеру, щоб засекти тепло, яке злучає той чи інший предмет, та чи інша особа, той чи інший вогневий засіб. Вони все мають тепло і свою температуру. Вдень, да, ми не бачимо тепла, ми бачимо виключно рух, і ми бачимо вогневі засоби, якщо вони роблять там постріл. Ми це бачимо і приймаємо рішення. Вночі ми денними дронами не можемо спостерігати. В них немає цього, цієї характеристики. Вночі темно. В темноті або треба, щоб було тепловий, або інфрачервоний. Ну, тепловий це інфрачервоний, або прибор ночного бачення такі, ну вони неефективні. Тому треба тепловий, щоб ми бачили лінію фронту, лінію розмежування і що відбувається, і приймати рішення більш так ефективно. Тому що як ми не беремо, але у нас війна вночі дуже набирає обертів іноді. Тому треба спостереження і вдень, і вночі. І нічні дрони дають паритет на полі бою.
Добре, давай перекладу. Дякую дуже. Yeah, as soon as the military activity is mainly shifting to happen during the night, everybody's understanding that during the day, both parties are both parts of the war. Us and Russians, we are having a very good capabilities in having the drones in the skies and seeing during the day much better all of the unexpected actions, possible unexpected actions or movements or preparations or concentration of an enemy. Therefore, majority of the things start happening during the night. So everybody thinks, all right, I will do the things during the night, being less spottable. That's why the thermal drones are that effective to be the observation point up in the skies, being capable to see far and being capable to spot an enemy or group of enemies or military equipment during the night, because every type of drone is very useful. Daylight drones without the thermal camera, they are used a lot during the day, and they are so helpful in certain preventive actions to avoid enemies concentration, to avoid enemy certain activity. But yeah, we have to do the same during the night, and that's why we have those drones with the thermal camera, and that's why we need them, because everybody wants to own the night and to be effective when an enemy in front of you have decided that the night is the priority for him to do some preparational activity or to do some rotation activity, or who knows what they're going to do during the night, because they consider night to be a priority while we don't see them. So we need to do the contrary. We need to see them during the night. And that's for what the night drones are, that helpful, the drones with the thermal camera. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, but I do have a follow-up one. So is this both the night vision and thermal in one on the drone?
Actually, this is the infrared, which is the thermal. Thermal is like possible to spot the thermal image, but the night vision, which is like the night vision device that usually is used on like in the form of like night vision goggles, right? That soldiers are using on their helmets, and they're using it, and is more the device that amplifies any possible light that is coming from the stars, that is coming from any source of light, but it just amplifies through specific chemical reactions and physical processes using the phosphorus and certain process in the tube inside of this equipment. And this is something that allows to brighten everything during the night, right? So if you are a driver of the car during the night, you take the night vision goggles and you see everything pretty likely like during the day. But the thermal camera is actually allowing you to highlight the object with the higher infrared profile, or like highlight the objects of the higher temperature. So imagine a human who has the higher temperature, especially during the cold nights or during winter, and some certain parts of the body that are not covered, or even the certain certain part of the clothes that is like absorbing the heat from the body. You are simply looking like a red object on that thermal camera, or like depending on the type of the thermal camera, it will be just a lighter gray object, but it just allows you to see in very spotable contrast the object on the ground. So that's the difference between thermal and the night vision of night vision goggle technology, like using the phosphorus or any other. Я тим часом пояснював різницю між тепловізійним інфрачервоним випромінюванням і тим, котрий військові використовують в пристроях нічного бачення, там з фосфором, чи просто підсилення підсвітки.
Це зрозумів.
Така. Hope I answered your question, Danny.
Yeah, it did. Thank you so much. I'm sorry if I'm just breaking up the interview, but can I just say that you're doing an amazing job as a translator? I personally also translate between Swedish and English, and I know exactly how hard this job is, and you're doing such an amazing job. I just wanted to put that in there. Over to you, Bernasto.
I'd echo the same. Thanks very much, Wardaga. I think I'd like to go and ask another question, if that's all right.
No,
Sure.
you may not. You have to sit in the naughty corner. Of course, you can ask questions.
Direct from the naughty corner. So it's something just from listening to Danilo speak and the answers and the conversation we've had. It was mentioned earlier that although extremely useful, and this thermal imaging / infrared technology allows vision, and it's something that's 24-hour used and both the battalion and unit level. But I'd like to touch back on the fact that these are disposable items on the zero line, and in the battlefront these are something like ammunition. They're used until you can't use them anymore, and then you need to get some more, because we have fundraised here over the years for drones previously, and it's something we expect to fundraise for well and quickly today and as this initiative goes on, but also in the future. We expect to be fundraising for drones and thermal imaging technology devices and such things in the future, as it is something that is used until it's no more available. So I wonder if you could just speak on that, if possible, if I haven't garbled too much. In the meantime, please visit MriyaReport.org and donate. Please share and retweet the space. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you for the question. Translating it now. Враховуючи те, що дрони є, як ви сказали, досить технологією, котра, на жаль, досить швидко знищується, навіть при дуже дбайливому використанні все одно є розхідником. Це те саме для і сторони ворога, таким вони також багато втрачають. І взагалі, ось якщо ви можете розказати про, можна сказати, таку розхідність, як розхідний матеріал дронів, якщо ви можете розказати про це кілька слів.
Да, звісно, коли ми використовуємо дрони, на них впливає РЕП, РЕП, радіоелектронне подавлення. Коли ми використовуємо його, ми бачимо, у нас карта є взльоту, посадок ворожих дронів, плюс ми їх частково прослуховуємо, і ми знаємо, що так і так взлетіли їхні дрони і спостерігають. Ми включаємо радіоелектронне подавлення, і вони цей борт втрачають. Була така ситуація, що за добу ми посадили всі їхні дрони, весь їх потенціал, який є. В них на цій ділянці фронту, і в них там 2 доби не було дронів, як такових. І там принесли вже і доставили дрон уже.
Давай я перекладу. Yes, overall, when Russians are using drones, we are using our electronic warfare, the jamming equipment, and in this sense, like our equipment allows us to make the map of the Russian enemy drone usage, and therefore we are capable to down their drones in a mass scale. Once it was even that in one day we actually downed all their drones that they were using, and it's like a couple of days they didn't use any of the drones in certain area of our responsibility. That's we're capable to jam them, but unfortunately they're also jamming our drones as well, and that's the main factor, like why the drones are being lost. That's because we are all operating in highly jammed and usage of high usage of the electronic warfare equipment, that actually one of the main usage of which is actually to make your drone malfunction and to make the drone down. That's the reality of how it's being used in the battle environment, like countering the enemy drones, but they are also using it. Давай продовжимо далі на цю тему.
На жаль, і в них є такі можливості подавлювати наші дрони. Ми втрачаємо їх, но для нашого щастя не так часто, як вони. У нас, окрім стаціонарних радіоелектронного подавлення, так є дрон-пушки, які садять дрони, і в нас плюс бійці, які дуже влучно стріляють по дронах і попадають в ціль, і збивають їх. Плюс ми збиваємо звичайною мисливською рушницею, картечею. теж збивається цей дрон. Тому намагаємось якось бороти, також і вони борються, і оце от, так мовити, круговорот відбувається у цієї війни дронової.
Yeah, that's actually the cat and mice game because they're also having the jamming equipment that they're using against our drone. So on the other side, the picture is pretty much close. They are very strong in jamming, and yeah, we're using different types of the anti-drone rifles. Those rifles that are capable in using a certain radio frequency impulse. They're just trying to jam the drone, and that it loses the connection with the operator's remote, and then that's why it is like how it is downed. But apart of that, we are using just the usual, shotguns with the buckshot, and that's actually pretty useful thing as well, like a last frontier of like in like a close combat environment, when you understand that there is a last chance to down the drone. Yeah, shotguns are also used with the buckshot. That's how it works. That's useful as well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, War Doggo and Danilo, for making time and answering our questions. I'd like to acknowledge and welcome Latin. Thank you for coming up and being here, sir. I'd also like to welcome our good friend and regular guest and speaker, Marcus. I wonder, gentlemen, if we could go to some questions. I know, Marcus, you had your hand up. If that's all right, War Doggo, how are we looking for time?
Sure, let's go for it.
Mr. Marcus, did you have a question or no?
Yeah. Since we're talking about drones, I was wondering what the guys thought of some of the videos we've seen of ground-based prototypes, and whether they feel that there's a place for them on the battlefield, or maybe it's just a gimmick, or we just don't know because it hasn't been tried yet. Thanks.
Sure. Стосовно наземних дронів, чи мали змогу використовувати, чи вважаєте, що вони ефективні, чи є для них місце на сучасному полі бою, як вважаєте?
Я думаю, на мою думку, що наземні дрони дуже ефективні були б. Окрім того, щоб якщо є наземний дрон, він може застосовуватись як евакуація пораненого з полю бою, тому що то застосовується евакуаційна група, яка там складається з 4-6 осіб, по якій може відпрацювати ворожа артилерія, то можна дроном з поля бою доставити пораненого або загиблого. Це надасть змогу більш мобільно використовувати свої засоби. Другий такий момент, ще наземний дрон, наприклад, зі стрілецькою зброєю або як гранатомет, дуже ефективно було б використовувати. Є дуже вдалі приклади застосування цих наземних дронів у нас у військах. В нашому батальйоні цих немає, на жаль, вони, може, трохи пізніше появляться, але це дало б нам фору над противником дуже велику. Плюс дрони розмінування є, це надасть змогу нам давати фору в наступальних операціях. Тому наземні дрони повинні бути, вони повинні виходити на новий рівень, виходячи з нинішніх обставин, як ведуться війни, то треба цей досвід якось застосовувати в кожній армії. І як ми стали вже, можна так сказати, новими випробувальниками цих всіх систем, я думаю, що воно має бути якось так.
Дякую. Look, my personal opinion that they're very helpful on the battleground. First of all, one of the most is the injured evacuation, like let's imagine I bring you the question very, very simple. There are 4 or 5 people that would carry a wounded soldier to a safe positions to give him help as an evacuation, or one drone can do that. That's like no-brainer in decision. Those 4 or 5 people, you also put them in risk in these evacuation missions, and you can imagine that Russians could be hunting specifically for evacuation groups because they want to overwhelm the whole infrastructure, and therefore, yeah, that is something that like drone is a winner over there. Then the drone with the uh, with the um, with the specific weapon type, or it is the LNG, or it is the grenade launcher. That's pretty much effective piece of weapon that we have examples of that being used pretty successfully both by the military. Then the mining drones, that's something that is pretty effective as well, and it gives us a huge advantage in the assault operations. Overall, if you want, I can sum up it pretty quickly and easily. Everywhere where we don't want a human to be in danger, we should send a drone. That's very simple and very visible explanation why the land drones are also pretty much effective. Unfortunately, we don't have them in big scale in our brigade, but this is the unavoidable future, because I see the whole potential of how they're used, and we, as soon as Ukraine is in these days in need of so many equipment, and so many equipment is being invented and being tested in this live battle environment, the land drones and the other drones is something that unavoidably will get to more extensive usage. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Marcus, any follow-up or response on that?
No, that's great. That pretty much aligns with what I felt. That's awesome.
Так, це дуже схоже на те, яке я маю відчуття щодо їх використання. Дуже дякую за ваш зворотній зв'язок.
Jenny, any thoughts yourself? Otherwise, I'd have a question.
No, I don't have any questions. I just would like to say thank you so very much for taking the time to talk to us and for sharing, or for answering the questions that we're thinking about. And I hope you stay safe and that we get to talk to you again.
Дуже дякуємо вам сьогодні за той час, котрий ви могли приділити. Ми можемо собі уявити, що є величезна кількість речей, котрі треба зробити, а замість цього ви надали перевагу сьогодні спілкуватися з нами. Ми маємо величезне дякую вам за те, що змогли знайти час. Є щось, що б ви хотіли розповісти слухачам і всім, хто буде слухати цей ефір у записі? Можливо, є щось, що ви хотіли розповісти чи сказати?
Я можу сказати тільки те, що було раніше в комп'ютерних іграх, те, що здавало, що це вау, і це неможливо. Зараз це все використовується в військах, дуже ефективно використовується. Ми, можна сказати, українська армія це одна із найтехнологічніших армій, як не є, тому що у нас постійно йдуть розробки, постійно щось випробовуємо, тому що нам треба якось обдурити ворога. Ми силою не можемо його взяти. На жаль, в нього мобілізаційний потенціал більше, ніж 20 мільйонів. У нас мобілізаційний потенціал 5 мільйонів. Треба, враховуючи це, нам треба завжди бути, так мовити, технологічніше і більш покладатись на раціональне використання своїх військ, своїх підлеглих, щоб ми несли менше втрат, тому що ми собі не можемо дозволити приймати рішення згаряча. Треба завжди обдумувати, планувати, дуже все не раз програвати ситуації, які можуть бути. Тому я сподіваюся, що підтримка наших партнерів завжди буде вчасною, і поки ми не переможемо.
Дякую, друже. Yes, thank you so much for all the kind words. Is a big pleasure. Just summing up, as we are today speaking mainly about the drones and the fundraiser that is about the drones, like putting it very easily, majority of the things that many of the listeners could see in the popular video games, that is something that is part of today's battleground and is like regularly used by many militaries these days, and drones are not exceptions. And Ukraine in this respect is very useful in incorporating that experience and inventing some certain new things, just because Ukraine is fighting against the more scalable enemy from the human resource standpoint, and that is why we cannot fight this army as they do. That's why we have to invent certain things. That's why we need to take care of our own people. That's why we have to leverage on technologies. That's why we have, prior making the decision, we need to have the full situational awareness of what's going on the battleground. Sometimes prior making the decision to simulate the whole development of that how the things may be evolving and all of the possible scenarios prior making a certain things becoming a plan and then becoming an action. That is why drones that we are having today as a discussion is one of the key roles. That's why they are important. That's why all the help that everybody can bring in participating, and our partners who are delivering to Ukraine, and the on-time support from our partners and support from every person who can contribute. That's really important. That's how Ukraine is still there, and that's how Ukraine is still fighting. No, and we discussed earlier, we definitely know what for we are fighting, because if we don't fight, there will be no us. That's the point. Thanks.
That line I actually heard from a friend of mine who lived in Ukraine for a number of years, and he ran a newspaper in Kyiv. I need to leave this room. Uh, and he said that if Ukraine stops fighting, Ukraine stops existing. If Russia stops fighting, the war ends. And that is something that I always have with me at the back of my mind whenever I hear people talking about negotiations. You need to have a good faith actor on both sides. I don't think that there's one on the Russian side. And if Ukraine lays down its weapon and starts negotiating before there is a good faith actor on the other side, then Ukraine stops existing, and I don't want that. So this is why I do what I do, why I fight so hard on online to keep this at the forefront of everybody's mind, what Ukraine and everybody in it is fighting for. Thank you.
Ще раз дуже дякуємо вам. Те, що ви кажете, дуже напевно нагадує мені слова одного мого знайомого, котрий теж є військовим в Україні, і його слова звучать так, що якщо Україна перестане воювати, якщо Україна складе зброю, то просто Україна перестане існувати. А якщо росіяни перестануть воювати, то просто не буде війни. Це з однієї сторони дуже просто, з іншої сторони, ну, це є насправді правдою. І тому дуже важлива допомога багатьох, аби була історія успіху в цій несправедливій війні, котру ми взагалі не хотіли, щоб вона починалася.
Ніхто не хотів, щоб вона починалась. На жаль, вона почалась саме на території України. Тепер ми вибудовуємо нову філософію війни, будуємо нову еліту військову, всесвітню еліту. Боремось за своє майбутнє, за своє теперішнє. На жаль, є країни, які легковажно ставляться до цієї війни. Це дуже велика помилка з їх сторони. Але ми переможемо все рівно в цій війні. Ціна буде велика. Ми зараз заплатили дуже велику ціну. Будемо ще платити. А ми переможемо цього ворога.
Yes, nobody wanted this war to happen. No one of us wanted this war to happen, but it is there, unfortunately, and it is there on Ukraine's territory, and we are paying the horrible price. We've paid already a lot, and we've been paying in the future. That's why all of the support is important. Again, we know that the alternative is the whole like having this war existential when we understand what alternative is, and that's why Ukraine has evolved a lot. Ukraine is improving, Ukraine is developing, Ukraine is creating the whole military elite, and here my personal opinion, world-class elite that will have in the future to help a lot to the other, to exchange the experience and knowledge, and to the others to become better. Many those who underestimate the enemy, unfortunately, they are wrong, and those who underestimate the ambitions of the enemy Ukraine is fighting against, they are wrong as well, unfortunately, because the the side picture that we are having here in Ukraine is definitely showing what are the ambitions of an enemy, and unfortunately, Ukraine is just holding the door from the enemy to do a certain horrible things that they have in plans. That's the enemy we are fighting for. But despite all of the horrible price that we paid already, that we are paying now, and that we will pay in the future. Yeah, Ukraine will win. Definitely will. Definitely will. Що, друже, будемо закруглятися?
Так. Все.
All right, so if there are no further questions, or maybe any last one before we will be closing up. What do you think, Bernesto? Jenny?
It looks like Ernesto is really anxious to ask a question, so I think we should go to him.
I think it's a good plan. Thank you very much, Danilo, for being here, for making time again to come and speak with us, and for emphasising and answering our questions in such detail. I want to remind folks that we've started a new fundraiser to provide DJI Mavic 3. That's DJI Mavic 3 thermal imaging drones, so we can provide them to Danilo and his unit. So if that's something you think you can spare some money to get involved behind with and to send to Danilo, please visit MriyaReport.org. Donate according to your means. I do have a question. In regard to something Danilo had said, and it has struck me deeply. I've heard it said by Chuck Farrer here as well. They never want to send an operator or a member of their military where they can send a drone. And I've seen a drone overhead observation from some kind of drone on the Ukrainian side, and they were tracking a ground-based drone that was delivering anti-tank mines to a trench complex, and obviously very effective. But what struck me was there are two drones operating where instead of 7, maybe 5, 6, 7 to 12 guys or girls operating. And I just wondered, aside from needing to replace drones all the time, how useful is it for him in his role or for him in his unit to be able to deploy the technology that they have and that is available to them, and redeploy manpower or redeploy their human efforts elsewhere. That was kind of the drive. You don't have to. You can chop it down as you need. War Doggo. Hugs and love from North Florida.
I got it. Thanks, Бернесто. Бернесто розповів про те, що нещодавно бачив на відео, коли цивільний дрон типу Мавіка знімав інший дрон, наземний дрон, котрий віз засоби мінування, аби забезпечити якусь конкретну територію. Що його здивувало, це те, що фактично 2 людини керували цим дроном замість того, аби скільки там 7-10 людей виконували фактично цю місію. І ви вже торкалися того, що туди, де є небезпека, краще відправляти дрон. І якщо в нас є можливість відправити дрон, то це значно краще, ніж відправити людину. І таким заключною ремаркою, мабуть, пару ваших слів про важливість технології ще раз, чому Україна переможе саме завдяки технологіям, не будучи маленькою радянською армією проти великої радянської армії, тому що це не шлях до перемоги. Ще раз буквально заключне слово щодо технологій.
Дивіться, ми вже не є радянською армією. Ми від цього відійшли. Починаючи з 15-го року, ми стали на шлях євроінтеграції і інтеграції з НАТО. Ми дуже багато імплементували в свою систему управління тієї ланки, яка від нас вимагалася партнерами. Зараз ми в стані війни, у нас йде війна, і технології завжди перемагають ресурс, який є. Ресурс, я маю на увазі людський. Якщо, наприклад, в мене є технологія, то мені треба її правильно застосувати, щоб перемогти той ресурс людський, який є у Росії. Тому що на полі бою з моєї сторони може знаходитись 10, а з їхньої сторони 6-7 разів більше по ту сторону стоять. І мені треба збити цю перевагу. А це тільки завдяки технологіям. Тому як спостереження з повітря, так і наземні дрони будуть виходити завжди на перший план, тому що це впливає для збереження життя, тому що кожен солдат, в нього держава вкладає гроші, і держава зацікавлена в тому, щоб цей солдат якомога більше прослужив своїй державі. Тому треба розвивати технології в своїх країнах, не давити на політиків, щоб застосовували ці технології, брали досвід країн, які застосовують, і імплементували те, що сучасне. Україна зараз воює сучасним. Вона не використовує радянські системи управління, тому що вона неефективна. Ми не можемо грати в шахмати закидательства. У нас немає цього ресурсу. Тому ми використовуємо технологію. Я сподіваюся, що нам як слухачі, так і держави-партнери допоможуть виграти цю війну, а ми розділимо з ними цю перемогу.
Дякую, друже. Дякую. До перемоги. Overall, drones are very important because, as you rightly mentioned, drones should be sent somewhere where it's dangerous. And, it is sometimes said that small Soviet army cannot defeat the big Soviet army. But Ukraine is no longer small Soviet army. Ukraine is deploying the technologies. Ukraine is making its serious improvements towards integration into the armies of NATO, applying the standards, and a lot of things have been already done in the middle of the war, unfair genocidal war. And this is something that Ukraine is running this marathon very fast, deploying all of the technologies, because technologies are allowing to save lives, and we don't have that many, and we care much more than Russians do. Those are the key. Those are the key main effects why Ukraine is applying all of those technologies. And we really truly believe that with the listeners' help, with the government support, that governments needs to be reminded that what's going on in Ukraine, that this is not only about Ukraine. And we truly believe that with the listener support, we will get both support uh, for this particular request that we have in the drones from our battalion in particular, and to the country scale, also having all of your support in pushing the representatives in order to remind that it's not only about Ukraine. Yes, technologies matter, and that is something that will be happening more and more on the ground, because this is the direction, and Ukraine is doing a lot of good job in turning around from resource-wise Russia's style into the technological um, technology-wise, because Ukraine simply doesn't have that luxury as Russia has, and Ukraine is using more smart ways and more careful ways towards its personal and own people on and protecting civilians and military from unnecessary and useless losses, as the Russia is pretty much capable in observing those. We are not like Russia, and that's the big mistake overall why they have started this war. In my opinion, that's my personal opinion. Thanks. We've been having Danilo today. That was a beautiful interview. 2 hours. Це було 2 години інтерв'ю. Це було чудове інтерв'ю. Ми дуже дякуємо ще раз тобі, Данило, за участь. І до нових зустрічей. Будемо допомагати ще, і будемо дуже раді тебе бачити. We are always great to hear and to see here up, Danilo. I believe I will express not only my point of view, not only my opinion, saying that we are always glad to see here people who are on the ground in Ukraine, in particular, such beautiful people as you are. And I believe we will be trying to help as much as we can. What do you think, Ernesto? What do you think, Jenny?
Absolutely. I am so grateful that the soldiers do come here and take the time to talk to us and answer some of the questions. And I can tell you that, yes, I do have a gazillion questions, but I'm not going to ask them because I don't know which ones are appropriate. And so I'm going to keep that for the back channel with my military friends that I have. So thank you.
Дуже дякуємо тобі, Данило, ще раз. Величезна кількість питань, але ми їх всіх залишимо для також і наступних зустрічей. І також маємо надію, що наступної зустрічі буде багато позитивних новин, про котрі ви хотіли б розказати, і те, чим можна було б поділитися. Ще раз дякуємо.
Дякую. Позитивні новини є, але, на жаль, я не можу їми поділитися з вами зараз.
There are already some good and positive news, but unfortunately, I cannot share them with you. Hopefully, in the next interviews that we were having in the future, the time will pass and some of the things can be already shared. But I want to tell you that there are already positive news.
Thank you, Ernesto. Thank you, War Doggo. Sorry, I'm clicking on my own profile trying to get back to the page. I was in the wrong one. Thank you, War Doggo. And just let Danilo know for myself, Ernesto, and speak for the organization. To Danilo, we want to send enduring support and solidarity. And it's a great honor and pleasure to be able to help out and supply these DJI drones. And I look forward to discussing with you when we have them delivered. Look forward to that immensely. I share your personal opinion that you were kind enough to share with us on the misjudging of the old Soviet men in the Kremlin and their misunderstanding of the modern world and the innovation and the youth, freedom and democracy that has grown in Ukraine and has been fought for and won. So I think we should not interrupt the enemy while it's making its mistakes. We should definitely observe them and continue to punish them for them. So with that, thank you very much for being here, Danilo. Look forward to speak to you soon. Slava Ukraini.
Героям
Дякую
слава.
всім, героям слава. До побачення.
Thank you for all of you. Thanks to everybody. Thank you. Take care. That was, I think, a pretty interesting 2 hours of an interview. I think we asked so many questions we wanted to ask, and that's not the last discussion with people on the ground in Ukraine, people like Danilo from 95th Brigade, 13th Battalion. Those guys, the legendary 95th Brigade, those guys who are fighting since the very first days of the war in Ukraine in 2014. And if you remember the previous part of the interview, where with Axel, we've been asked, Axel and Chuck, we were asking the question, like, we see other brigades having a little bit more Western equipment that your brigade is having. Why it is so? And do you remember the answer? Because in order to re-equip the brigade, we need to be pulled back from the front lines. But since the war has started, and since 2022 the war has broke out to the full scale, we were never pulled from the front lines, even to the re-equip. We consider the rest to be not on the first line of defense, but on the second line of defense, a little bit like pulled off, but even not on the third one, because the reaction time from the third to the first line doesn't allow that way what we are designed for rapid response, that our brigade is used. That were the words from Danilo explaining how they are 24/7, all 365 in the battleground, doing the right things for Ukrainian victory. That was an interesting interview. Thank you so much for all listeners who are helping for MriyaReport to have this opportunity to the guys coming up explaining why it is important for them, and even sometimes just simply to have someone saying, hey, we will not let you down. Hey, you are not alone. You cannot imagine, after the interviews, we're having some chats with the guys, and you cannot imagine how motivated they are when they hear that, you know what, we are together with you, not as long as it will take, as you may hear from the politics, but till the victory, till your victory, and we do everything what we are capable for in order to support you. You cannot imagine how it is motivating for those. Imagine the distance. Imagine the different world they are in, being on the battleground, and all of the horrible things that their eyes seen already and will see in the future, their ears heard already, and that's sometimes really changing the world for someone, hearing that, you know what, we care. You're not alone. That is very important. Thank you so much, everybody, for having this space, having Ukrainian voices heard. Don't forget to retweet the space. In the nest, there is the particular fundraiser for Danilo's 95th Brigade, 13th Battalion. Those guys, as you've heard, they are doing the right job in kicking the Russians out of Ukraine, because Ukraine must be a story of success of the liberal democracies against the autocracies. That is just a little bit more than just about Ukraine. That's why Ukraine needs support and help. Thank you so much for having me here. It was for me both pleasure and honor to make the translation, for making this communication working in between the English speaking society and Ukrainian company command of 95th Brigade 13th Battalion here today. Thank you so much. Hacks and love from Ukraine, as always.
Again, I just have to say it again because I have worked as a translator as well, doing live translation, and it is so hard, and you're doing such a wonderful job. I am truly amazed. Take that with you and tell the guys I may not be able to fight, but I can take the online fight and make sure that they get positive reinforcement. I am amazed at the progress that they are making and how well they're fighting, every single one of them. And I am grateful. And I'm doing my part to contact the leaders in my country. I am working really hard to get Gripen to Ukraine because you need them. You need to have as many planes in the air as the enemy does. And I'm gonna do my part to make sure that you guys get Gripen. And also the 155 millimeter shells. Working on both of them. Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thanks, Wardago, and thanks, Jenny. Folks, if you're listening, retweet and share. Let the internet know you're at MriyaReport.org. We are fundraising to send DJI Mavic 3 drones to 95th 13th Battalion. And we've just been speaking with Danilo. Thank you, Wardago, for translating so wonderfully. And sometimes people sometimes people message me and wonder, oh, you're always telling people to donate and you're always telling people to retweet. Well, this is why. This is the purpose of MriyaReport. The space is organized to send support direct to Ukrainian folks on the ground. So if you think you can get involved and help out, go to MriyaReport.org and make a donation, or even just retweet and share to help spread the word. As Wardago did just mention in the nest, which is at the top of the space, you're going to see the little card and all the information about the fundraiser that has been launched today. And usually week in, week out, we get a couple of tens of thousands of listeners or impressions through the week. So I am confident we will be able to fund this initiative, and I just remind people to get involved. That's what we're trying to do here, and it's wonderful that we're able to have trusted friends like yourself, Wardago, who can help us connect with frontline folks securely, like Danilo. And people, all they have to do is check our MriyaReport website. They'll be able to see the already delivered aid, see where donations go to work. And then when you're there, you might as well sign up and make a donation. I want to say thank you directly to yourself, Wardago. Lovely to hear from you. I'm not sure what time of night it is where you are, but I don't expect you to have to hang out with us much longer. There was a question from a listener about kind of on a parallel track, so separately from what we're fundraising about, but on the topic of drones. And it was an inquiry about, sending over already previous generations of Mavic drones, or perhaps folks are able to buy older versions, might be the brand new Mavic 3, and they were interested to know, is there an appetite or is there a market? And I was able to say tentatively, well, probably yes. But I said I'd put the question to you while we still had you, Wardago, if you wanted to jump in. If not, obviously, I understand. And thanks again for being here.
No, everywhere. Overall, the difference between the different types, like there are the like several different civil types of drones. Let's call it the drones with very good capability to zoom. So the lens of the camera is optically allowing you have to very good zoom. That's the regular Mavic 3 without the thermal camera. The other drone is the Mavic 3T. That is the different type of the drone, looking pretty much the same, but just having the optics that allows to use also the thermal infrared camera to use the side picture, use the infrared picture for identifying the targets. Both of them, they were never designed for the military purpose. The Mavic drone, it was used for just filming the landscapes and so far and so on. The very good zooms I used just to create a very nice videos and like we joke on them that those are the wedding drones, and like this is the wedding drones technology that is used for the battleground. Those thermal camera drones, they're usually used to spot the heat losses in the industrial facilities. You can imagine like having a certain building and you launch the drone in the sky and you see where the heat leaks through certain structures, and you are able to assess and to make an audit of the heat losses and inefficiencies where the certain enterprise needs to do some activity in mitigating that. So those are the civil usage for those drones. But end use usually, where is the smile guy, he will find or she will find the better use for those technologies, and that's exactly why it all evolved in using both the very good optics on Mavic 3 drones and the thermal camera on Mavic 3 drones, or like earlier generations were said like Mavic 3 Enterprise, exactly because it was designed for the enterprises to assess to make the heating loss or like waste or audit for the heating loss in the enterprises. That's why this was called like Mavic 3 Enterprise. There was the previous model Mavic 2. It was having different capabilities. It was less sophisticated optic, and it was not that good in magnification, let's call it like this. But overall, this technology is pretty much the same. There was also the Mavic. Uh, if I remember correctly, there was the mini drone that is like almost the basic version with very primitive camera. But overall, it does the job of like very primitive surveillance. And if you need to launch the drone to just look around, and you don't need to do some certain surveillance very particular for a certain area, for some regular tasks of one unit, it can also serve the purpose. More better camera, better magnification you have on the camera is like naturally less you need to descend, you need to get down with the drone in order to see something, and then not putting the drone in danger. Actually, that's how those drones are being used. Higher you are in the skies and better lens you have, obviously you can still see the picture being more safer, let's call it like this, and not putting the drone in threat for being downed by by the rifle or anti-aircraft, anti-air certain guns usage or something like that. Overall, that's the technology. There are more sophisticated models like Matrix 30 and different bigger high capacity drones, that some of the drones can be used even to evacuate wounded soldiers. It allows just to simply lift a wounded soldier and bring him to the safer place from the red zone for the stabilization and all of the activity related to the combat medicine protocols that save human lives. That is like the general types of the drones that are used related to the DJI. There is an alternative that is called Autel, and the Autel pretty much the competitor of the DJI, and a little bit different from software used, and some of them they are more capable of let's say sustaining the jamming, highly jammed environment. But overall, both drones are used with some kind of modifications, and using some software that allows the gyroscopes not to spot where the operator position is, because the gyroscopes, those are the specific devices that combination of software and hardware that allows to see where the pilot is and what is certain information about the drone, let's call it like this, and the position of the pilot where the remote control is located. So that is the main info about the different types. I hope I answer your question.
I'm sure you did. Thank you very much, War Doggo. That was for the listener who had sent me a message. I'm very happy to pass the question on. I'm very, very delighted with your answer. Thank you very much. So we're fundraising today for frontline troops. We've just been joined by Commander Danilo, and the initiative is to send DJI Mavic drones to the frontline unit. That War Doggo was kind enough to be translator for us as we spoke with Danilo. If you think it's something you can get involved with, visit MriyaReport.org and make a donation, retweet and share the space. We're always trying to get more folks up here to speak with us, ask questions and join the dialogue in support of Ukraine. Jenny, have you anything to ask or anything on your mind you'd like to share with us?
No, not really. I'm just still amazed at the translation. I know they may sound really silly. I'm a person who loves languages, first of all, and because of this, I have studied several languages, and I know how hard it is. And it may sound effortless. I know that I don't have a Swedish accent, for example, but I am Swedish. I was born and raised in Sweden. And yes, I did spend 8 years in the US, but I didn't have much of an accent even before I left Sweden. But I think that people who aren't fluent in two languages, what they think bilingual is that you switch back and forth between two languages, and that is so not the case. It just means that you're confused in two languages, and half the time you don't even know the word in either of the languages. And like I said, I have studied and I was conversational in two other languages besides Swedish and English. And for the most part, I just blank when it comes to words. And Word Doggo, you make translation look so easy. I just want you should have like a massive applause and so much recognition for this for what you do, because it is not easy. It really isn't. And I know how hard it is. So that would be what I would like to say. I'm blushing. I
Oh,
love you.
I would say that, sometimes even people speak the same language, is not that for granted what one has born in his brain as a thought and then expressed with something that our art, how to call it, not articulation, that how to call it, spelling with the mouse, let's call it like this, using the sounds, is not necessarily something what the other person hears with his reception organs, and definitely it may not be the same that what lands in one human's brain that is in front of him. So that's called communication, and sometimes people saying speaking the same language is so far from understanding. But yeah, multilingual is important and interesting. But on the other side, look the effect, like you may have the person who never learned the language, but you still can have his perspective, you can touch to his world, and you can actually understand what he lives in and what are his priorities, what he has to say to everybody. That's also important, and that's why that's also interesting. Yeah, thank all of you.
No, I agree with you. Sometimes you miscommunicate even when you speak the same language. Um, it happens. Now, I'm also going to continue gushing. The one thing that I always do is forget to plug to tell people to share the space and share the fundraiser. One person who's always so excellent, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to do this too. It's Ernesto. He's awesome at it. I'm just gonna say it. He is. I admire him for it because my brain farts and I'm like, oh. And then he comes on and he comes into the space and he's like, share the space. share the fundraiser. And I'm like, yeah, I was supposed to do that. And I completely forget about it. But thank you. Now I get to co-host with you, so I don't have to. Now it's okay if I forget.
Well, thank you very much. I'm not sure I can accept the compliment, but you're very welcome. And on that topic, please retweet and share the space. Terry, did you have your hand up, or did you put it down?
No, I had my hand up. I just wanted to say that War Doggo, when you go back and see everybody and give them all a hug from us, please make sure you do it in daylight, because the hugs that you give over, I think, will generate so much heat. You've had me in tears with what you've been saying, that you lot appreciate us, but I tell you, we all appreciate all of you so much. If we could wrap up our hugs and send them to you, it would light up the whole of Ukraine. I just love you all, really do.
Thanks. Hugs and love in return. Thank you so much.
Well, isn't that good? Everyone appreciating everyone else. On that topic, can we appreciate the space? Retweet and share. And if you're so moved, you can join me in giving a little round of applause for Mr. War Doggo for helping organise our guest and doing the wonderful job of translating. I'm going to just start doing a little clap on my screen and encouraging other people to retweet and share the space while you're here with us at MriyaReport. We do rely on you to spread the word. We don't have a marketing department that is listener and speaker generated. So if we could retweet and share the space, get involved in the fundraiser, looking to send thermal imaging night vision drones, DJI Mavic 3 specifically. You can check out the Nest. There is a little carousel at the top of your image for the space. A couple of tweets there. First one being their own fundraiser information. Second being from the wonderful CC on the phone numbers for Senate and House folks to contact to call your local representatives. And the third one is also another card about our guest from the love today. So please do get involved, retweet, share the space. Miss Jenny.
Oh, I do. I do share and retweet. I retweet the space and I share everything. I try. I just forget to tell others to do it. You know, it's a skill I have. I think that I'm gonna do something and then I forget in the next 5 seconds. I'm amazing at that. Just saying.
Nonetheless, I'm still very glad to have you up as co-host. You're welcome all the same, I suppose. That's what I'm saying. While we've been on here this afternoon or this evening, tonight or this morning, depending where you're listening, there have been a couple of confirmations, well, one in particular, of the loss of an enemy airframe. And I wonder if anybody listening, while listening to our wonderful segment with War Doggo and Danilo, had they seen the same information? If so, they had read more than I was able to read, to come up and speak with us about it, or anybody indeed on the panel who's aware of the confirmation that's come out from Ukrainian forces about the most recent lost enemy aircraft.
If I remember correctly, it was an Su-34 that was downed. I think this was the second plane today that.
Right, that's the specificity I'm searching for, because I was late to the game this morning and I missed one, so my count, I've been a little shaky all day.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. And I try not to speculate too much, like on forums like this. I have people that I talk to where we're discussing what's going on because I am really curious. I had to Google, so I did, and Ukraine has downed up until the 1st of February. They had downed 340 airplanes and helicopters in total, but they have never downed so many planes as they have at this rate. And so obviously, I have ex military friends, and so I talked to them about this. And then I come here and I hear the same discussions, and I tell them it is the Norse goddess Hel, and she is the one that takes home dishonorable fighters, and she's just plucking them out of the sky. So this is my theory, and nobody can prove me otherwise, that it isn't a Norse goddess being in the skies over Ukraine picking up dishonorable fighters. Anyways, silly, I know, but I kind of like me anyway. Go ahead, Forrest.
I tell you what, that's as good a theory as any. I have my own personal theories, but I'm excited to find out as soon as we can. After they don't have any left, that'll be great. I more than encourage the Russians who are listening to keep sending your Su-34s over Ukrainian territory, or even your own territory, or occupied Ukrainian territory. Just keep doing it. Keep doing the same thing, and we'll see where this ends up in about 2 months. But Bernesto, you stole my thunder. I was coming up to remind people to call their representatives and to tell them that it's in the nest. Those lovely graphics with phone numbers of 17 vulnerable Republican House members. They work for districts that Biden won. Some of them Biden won by fairly large margins. So they are underwater on Ukraine as far as support in their district. So if you can apply some pressure, it doesn't take very long. If you want to just pick a couple names, pick a state, New York, California, Arizona, I think has a couple. Pick a state, call them all, be polite, tell them what you want, tell them you're an American, and you want them to put the Senate bill on the floor, not the other bill. Not the Fitzpatrick bill. The discharge petition he's working isn't enough. It strips out all the humanitarian aid, which is a silly, it's kind of pointless. But then they put in a bunch of border stuff. They had their shot at border stuff with this first Senate bill. They chose not to do that. So now we got to push just the bill as it stands from the Senate. So hope all is well, Bernesto and Jenny, and good job with our interview today. I will talk to y'all later.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. Call all of your senators and call the ones that aren't your senators. And yeah, be polite. I was taught from a young age you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. And but I'm sorry you guys have to go through that. It must be so frustrating. But please call them anyway. If nothing else, be polite and annoy them, disturb their day, and then they will vote through the bill just to make you stop calling them. That's always a tactic you can use, but be polite.
Well, thank you very much, Forrest, for coming up and confirming and speaking with us about that. I didn't mean to steal your thunder. I was just aware that it had been in the offing earlier and that it has been since confirmed by Ukrainian forces. So that's why I would mention it and note, as has been mentioned here, that the rate of attrition is considerably increased. We're now beyond the rate of replacement for the airframes, and not to speak of those people who are trained to operate them, which are also lost. And something comes to mind. We spoke of it earlier, and Danilo was able to mention it. Wasn't able, but I heard him mentioning it as well. That although it seems that the enemy or the aggressor relies on their ability for waste of manpower and material in their determination to walk forward inch by inch, that does not necessarily mean it is in fact an advantage. Though yes, they may be convinced it is an advantage, and yes, they may convince other folks, and other folks may be of the mistaken opinion that it is an advantage. It's not our place to tell the enemy to correct themselves when they're making an error, but it is important that we do realize that Ukraine have and continue to be successful in their defense and continue to defeat and push Russia back. I think it's, from what I've seen from General Hodges most recently, 18.5 or 19% of Ukraine at the moment is under occupation, which is not really something to be considered a success, given it was supposed to be just a 3-day training mission or whatever the propaganda was that day. So I think we should keep that in focus, that although it is something Russians are extremely confident and extremely proud about, their ability to waste resources, doesn't mean they should waste the resources, nor does it mean they should be confident and proud about it. I just felt it was opportune to point it out because they seem to be continuing to fly directly into the munitions and the systems that Ukraine have prepared for them. I am also aware of recent Ukrainian targeting of, I think it was Saki and some other locations in Crimea. So that also continues to pace the attrition of Russian air defense, and I'm assuming other material that hasn't yet been shared with us. But typically, we can see the pattern being that Ukraine does regularly remove from Russian service these air defense systems, or maybe even launch sites and locations. So more will come out about that. Or if anybody has heard about the Saki targeting from Ukraine, I'd love to hear from them here. With that, I'm going to mention again, folks, please retweet and share. Visit MriyaReport.org, make a donation according to your means, and say Slav Ukraini. Jenny.
So I've actually reported on this war almost since day one, but on a different social audio app, who shall not be named. And I thought that the Russian army was in better shape than it is. And I was happily surprised at how good of a shape the Ukrainian military was. And for anybody who loses faith in the ability of the Ukrainian military, know that they have never done a dumb thing, such as having a, 40-mile long convoy of tanks. That is, I have never served a single day in the military, and even I can tell you that's really stupid, because you just need to kill off the first tank, and then all the other ones are dead, ready for picking. So that was when I realized that Russia was in trouble, and then I was reminded of the Finnish Winter War, where you had a much smaller military, and that was fighting more effectively and knew the elements and used it to their advantage, and they were effective at keeping the Russians. And that was also a war that was supposed to last, I think it was like a week. They were going to take Helsinki in a week, and they got 2 miles into the territory. That was it in 3 months. And they lost somewhere between 125,000 to 250,000 men in 3 months. So I'm pleasantly surprised that Russia hasn't learned anything in 70 years, or however long it has been now, 80 years maybe. So I have full faith in Ukraine being able to beat back Russia back to their original borders that they had pre 2014. As long as, but we cannot fail them in having our governments help them, because they do need our help. And Terry, over to you.
Yeah, I thought I'd jump in quickly. I was just having a little browse behind the scenes and came across a tweet from the Russian embassy. It's not that long. I'd love to read this out, because if anybody wants to go and have a bit of fun, I might pop it into the purple pill so that you can go and respond to it. President of Russia, Vladimir, what's his name? The West has provoked conflicts in Ukraine, the Middle East, and other regions around the world while consistently propagating falsehoods. Now they have the audacity to say that Russia harbors intentions of attacking Europe. Can you believe it? We all know that their claims are utterly baseless, and at the same time, they are selecting targets to strike on our territory and contemplating the most efficient means of destruction. Now they have started talking about the possibility of deploying NATO military contingents to Ukraine. Well, well, well. they're just so hysterical. I will definitely share that into the nest for you all. There we go. They're just, so they still have this, I guess they always will, won't they? This belief that they are so wonderful and so innocent and the victim and the rest of it. So I'll nip and put that in the purple pill for you all.
Well, that belief that they are the best and, they're innocent and then the victims, everybody else is bullying them, all this thing. I think this is why it's so important that they are defeated and that they are made to own up and to own their mistakes, to own the things that they have done wrong, and not be allowed a off ramp for Putin. They need to own up to what they have done. So I name and shame. Well, we have already named them, but now we need the shaming part. So that is mine. What do you? Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, absolutely, this time around, they need to, the regime in particular, needs to be thoroughly crushed. I think every single one inside that red building, whatever it's called, needs to end up at The Hague. And they need to be locked up in separate cells with no communication with the outside world. And the KGB, or whatever they're called now, so many of them that are scattered around the world, all need to be found and pulled away from their little luxuries that they're celebrating now, but made to face what they've done. And then I think it's going to be a long job, and it's not really our job to do it, but the Russians themselves have got to learn to see, if they're ever to be accepted into the rest of the world again, what it is that they have allowed to happen.
Exactly. Like we did with Germany in 1945. This is what needs to happen.
Yeah.
Or do you think I'm nuts, Bernasto?
No, absolutely not. I think if they're convinced of their military supremacy, then complete and utter defeat of their military machine is the best way to stop them in their supremacy and their imperial ambitions, at least for now, and then let them do what they need to do in their own society. But they have awakened such an interest in their ill intent and in their evil that it's now priority number one in a lot of nations' national security priorities to ensure Russia never, ever, ever, ever have an ability to rebuild the military apparatus to pose such a threat. That has already been decided. They have already done that damage irreparably to themselves. And so if it is that the people who are nations of the prisoner of nations, which is the current Russian Federation, if they decide to continue as a one country, that's up to them. I'm just happy to be supporting Ukraine and any other Western effort I can to ensure delivery of effective and devastating weapons, and that the price be hundreds of thousands of dead Russians should they decide to try and invade another nation. The same fate will await them. I think from what the broadcast of black propaganda, which would be the embassy message that Terry was so wonderful able to share with us in its context, thank you for that, is that there is an awareness, even in their bluster and bravado, that they've gone too far now. And it is too late, of course, tragically. Not that there's any real tragedy, but tragically for themselves in their own little supremacy bubble. A time has passed. Half the Dutch people apparently feel it'd be a good idea to have boots on the ground in Ukraine to defend freedom. That's something that is a direct result of their Kremlin's disgusting imperial ambitions. And so if they persist, then we will continue to provide the service to kill them in the hundreds of thousands. It's not something I'm very happy to have to talk about, killing other humankind. It is unnatural. However, if they continue to wage their unnatural wars, we will provide the service of bringing them back to smaller pieces of space dust. So with that, if you're interested in taking part in helping provide Mavic drones, check out the current fundraiser. Go to MriyaReport.org and make a donation. Slava Ukraini.
Go ahead, Terry.
So I thought, while we were chatting about that, I was thinking about all the times that we end up with people coming back at us when we tweet stuff about, well, what about this and what about that and what about the other? And I think the fact is that generally we have all learnt in what I would call the civilized world that, yeah, we did some awful things in the past, but we have learnt that it doesn't pay. And I don't think our governments have fully, made up for it, recompensed the people that we have disturbed so much. I mean, in England, we've got what we did to Ireland. In America, what they did to the Native Americans. Canada, and I believe that was Native Americans or Native Canadians, whatever they are, and all over the world. And our empires, I mean, okay, there's a bit of the British Commonwealth around now, but there's no way we treat them as our slaves, I don't think, anymore. And we have all evolved. And as you say, even Germany learned eventually that what happened in the early 1940s, the Second World War, was a big mistake. And it's partly why they've been so slow to step away from what they were saying. You know, oh, we never want to have any problems again. We all thought we were really safe. So this is probably the biggest wake-up call that the world can have, isn't it? But I'm hoping that once this is all through, I really do think that Ukraine is the beacon that will help show the rest of us how to move forward. Their humanity and compassion and everything else, and just their new way of thinking should teach us all, I think, to be better people in life.
Why do you have your hand up? Just you can talk, Ernesto.
I can, thank you. But it's about showing how things are rightly done. We should show each other the respect of it. And I think the co-host is a privilege, not something that is a right for me to bear over others. So don't mind me with my eccentricities. But what you say is true, Terry, and the difference is marked. That such loss and human agony as was experienced and has been learned from and sworn against, and then instead of butchering each other, we have been determined to trade with each other. The comparison is not idle in the former Western European empires and how they crumbled in pretty horrific wars, and how these grey, sad old Soviet men want to resurrect their little empire because their murderous ways have meant that there is no succession plan. So they have to keep selling a bigger circus. Otherwise, Ivan's going to slit their throat. So there's no retirement plan. They just have to keep sending out more fodder. It's important to keep that front and center and not to be deterred from necessary military protection that we must arm ourselves with. I think it's very sobering to hear, and obviously something to take deep note of in the Anglosphere. The change in the warmth of the breeze coming out of Versailles it's got a little more chilly in relation to Russia, and they're thinking about sending in some French trigger boys and girls to do a little bit of peacekeeping or peace enforcement, whatever language they're going to use. I think it's important to note it. And yeah, there's been a little bit of fake Punch and Judy in the papers about it being a Franco-German thing. I don't really think it is. I don't really think it is at all. And we know that the Germans themselves were one of the leaders and the early movers in supplying large amounts, value amount of military support and support for the nation of Ukraine. So I don't really think it as a either or. I think it is each nation is probably moving as quickly as they can with their own democratic processes. And I'm going to point it out again that I don't target Olaf Scholz this weekend, because I'm aware that strategically linked leaked information is not a friend of honest operators. It's not the mark of good faith actors. So filthy leaks like that generally come from filthy actors, and people who have that tradition tend to have a tradition of training and comradeship with those from the Kremlin. So I would just say you'll know them by their trade, you'll know them by their mark. Oh, a terrible leak. Oh, the Germans are talking about bombing Russia. They are talking about bombing Russia. And to be quite honest with you, it is too late. We have already seen quite excellent use of the munitions and systems provided. And I think what we can see now is the rearguard action of the Russians realizing that they have gone too far, and that their fear mongering and mentioning of nuclear weapons that we're pretty sure don't work because they haven't spent the maintenance money, just don't work anymore. And they perhaps see that their own inevitable end is racing toward them quicker than they thought possible. And, boo hoo. I hope it happens quicker. And I do hope, if they are determined to continue on their imperial march, that, as I said, we continue and double down in our determination to help free people stay free. And if these imperialists need to be killed in higher numbers, then I guess we got to get more efficient in how we provide that service to them, which I think is not beyond our capacity as a group of free nations. I mean, when I say our. So if you think you can get involved and you want to support, we are fundraising for DJI Mavic drones for Ukraine. You can see the link in the nest. Visit MriyaReport.org and give according to your means. Terry.
Yeah, before I say what I'm going to say, with these drones, is there a specific number of drones that we're aiming for? Or are we just going to collect as much as we can and send as much as we can?
Yeah, second option.
Right, lovely. So my thoughts were along the lines of, it might even have been Jenny that was mentioning it earlier, that in a way, what we ought to do is just get all of the NATO stuff, maybe not all of it, but a good majority of it, right on the border of Belarus and the edge of Ukraine, and maybe all the way up to the top of Finland, and just line everything up and get all of our troops or we're just having exercises, wandering up and down, which also reminded me of the fact I know now why I happened to be tuned in to the United Nations when they announced that the war had been declared, although, of course, special military operation, and how shocked I was. And I'm just trying to think, I can't remember how long the Russian troops were building up, but I do remember it must have been quite a few months. And we sort of had the impression it was about 180,000 troops that were hanging around along the edge of Ukraine. Am I right in thinking that?
Yeah, 100%. Jenny.
So I haven't asked this question. I asked this question once in this space. When did you realize that that there was something serious going to happen in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia? For me, it was end of November, beginning of December 2021. And I don't know if you want to hear why, but let's go to Ernesto first.
Okay, I was going to reply to Terry, and then I suppose I'll pitch in my tuppence to what you were saying as well, Jenny. I totally agree, and I think it is happening. I think when Finland joined the alliance, I think NATO members may have been a little embarrassed at how ill-prepared they were, and that Finland were able to provide some best practices to share. And I think that the United States and other NATO forces have, indeed, what you've said, committed to and have begun their rotation of both material and units and also depots in Finland. But I think it was something that folks were, well, not pleasantly surprised, but it was known that the Finnish had excellent defences on their border already, and that the seamless transition of their joining NATO, was very, very quick, obviously, but that is taking place. And I'm also minded to point out in that same sphere of disinfo and reality, the Polish disinformation agitation we see from its Russian centre is not something that is organic, number one. And number two, I refuse to become interested in the poster waving, because that's just part of their propaganda. Whatever ostensible reason, sure, the grain, great, yeah, grain. Oil, is it this week? Oil, okay, oil. Is it pig meat? Okay, pig meat. It's just not really interesting to me, their content, but rather the occurrence of it is probably likely just to the Russian secret services having an absolute nightmare with all of these free nations and allied nations and NATO nations actually moving their military into forward positions as promised. And so they need to present something for the Home Office, because they're all getting a lot worried, because information they are getting is reliable that they have caused their own demise. And so I think they probably need to produce something quick, cheap and dirty, which is usually headlines, and they're quite good at it. Does it have an effect? Not really. What is its effect over time? Attritional, because they're burning assets to do it, and it takes years to put in assets. So that's just something that comes to mind. Thank you, Terry. And what you said, without being glib, Jenny, it would have been when the little green men appeared invading Ukraine. Before then, I thought it might have been a stalemate, that Ukraine may have had a chance to push them back. I guess that was 2013 or 14, around Easter time. And I remember that summer, two politicians who are Irish broke into Shannon Airport in the west of Ireland and attacked US planes with, I don't know, was it hammers or pieces of timber or something anyway. And it was the same summer, I think, or the following summer. I might be mixing my summers up. It was the summer of 14 I'm thinking about. And it was but a couple of months before MH17 was shot down. And that their mission was to get NATO aggressors out of Ireland and Europe generally. And I just thought it was the timing, when looking back, really does condemn them all the more. It's just something that comes to mind. Slava Ukraini.
Yeah, in 2014, I was actually wondering why Europe did nothing. But then in 2008, we didn't do anything in 2008 either, when they invaded Georgia, and then they took Ukraine, and before then there was the Chechen war, but this time around it was in November, December of 2021, because there was movement within Sweden. We have the island of Gotland, which is a very strategic and a really nicely placed island, and it's also Sweden's unsinkable aircraft carrier. We have designed the island and the freeway so that we can, it's not a joke. Sweden is actually, we have designed our motorways so that you can take off and land on them with JAS Gripen. And with Gotland, you can reach quite a distance you can take out Moscow from Gotland. And with it, you also can control, into Poland, into Germany. So you can control quite a bit by controlling that one island. And we demilitarized it. And in November and December, we beefed it up again. And I was wondering, I'm like, there's a reason for this. There's a reason why we're putting the military back on that island. And then it was just a question of, when was Russia going to attack? And I remember I was talking to an American, and her husband was Swedish, and they had a tradition of sending, between high school and college, they send their kid to Sweden and Europe, and they got to do like a Europe tour. And she was gonna send her kid to Europe after Christmas and after New Year's, and I said, I would advise against it. I don't know what's going on exactly, but there are a lot of troops along the border of Ukraine, and Sweden is fortifying. And so I actually don't recommend coming to Sweden right now. And then the Olympics and then the invasion happened. So, go ahead, Terry.
Oops. Yep. Oh gosh, I've gone blank for a moment. We all do that, don't we, from time to
I live
time?
most of my life blank, Terry.
Yes. I'll come back when I know as soon as
Well,
I hang up, as it were, I'll
something came
remember
to mind when
again.
you were speaking earlier, and it was very, I don't know, it kind of struck me, I guess, just from reading and listening to movies that came out recently with the history of Churchill and that period in history, about not negotiating with a tiger when your head is in his, I don't know if he said effing mouth, but I don't know if they put in the effing part, but I think he probably punctuated the sentence in his own inevitable fashion. Can't negotiate a tiger when your head is in his mouth, which is the position which I think European parliamentarians and people who hold office have been forced to acknowledge publicly. I think they may be briefed and they may know this well for years and have just been taking an easy route, perhaps the politically savvy thing to do in that moment in their own environment, in their own little political pools where they operate. But that reality is something that's inescapable. And we are forced now to not just live up to the legacy of having a free society, having had horrific wars against tyranny already in, I think, nearly every generation, and again in this one. So I was very moved, and I don't know if it gave you time to remember, Terry, but that did come to mind earlier on, just from something you were speaking about. Kerry?
Yes, definitely. And I have remembered now what I was going to say. And so I suspect that probably the strongest word that Churchill would probably have had would have been bloody, because that was an awful swear word back in those days. I can remember saying it in front of my dad once. God, I got such a clouting for saying it. Anyway, what I was going to say, when did I become first aware? As I say, I remember seeing the build-up of the troops, but I still had no idea. I just thought that they were being a bit threatening, but I know that I must have been getting somewhat concerned. But even at that stage, I still had no idea really what Ukraine was, what it was all about. Back in 2014, I didn't even have a TV because my own situation was a bit volatile, possibly is a word, unsettled, unstabilized. And so I was very wrapped up in my own little world in a way for quite a few years. And I don't think it was until about 2019 that I finally went out and got myself a TV again. And I had found that I was watching an awful lot of news and having to shut down from it every now and again. But for some reason, this intrigued me. But I would say I wasn't aware of what was really going on, probably until several months after the full-scale invasion. But I do remember being the day that I heard that this special military operation had begun and what was happening. I was glued to the TV almost 24 hours a day, sitting there in complete shock and disbelief that this could be happening. And I must admit, from that moment on, I started to read and look into things, and I was probably picking up little bits of propaganda as well here and there, but I made the effort to get to know about the history. And I think I began with one or two books, and then we all got to hear from the wonderful Professor Snyder. So I listened to all of his lectures, bought most of his books, and then started to get tuned into I'd sort of linked up with a few actual Ukrainians, and so chatting with some of them, but still, just online on Twitter, and just bit by bit, I just fell in love with the Ukrainians, and I could see, I guess, some of the pictures of all the cats and the pets and the rescuing and everything else sort of warms your heart a little bit. But just seeing how determined they were, And then I sat down one evening and watched, was it Winter on Fire? The thing about the 2014 Medan rising. And even there, I thought, God, no wonder they are so prepared. They came out with all these, making them Molotov cocktails and doing all sorts of things. And when I watched that film, I don't know, it wasn't a film, it was a documentary about the 2014 uprising. You could see how well organized they were, how into a proper civic society and the people running everything. And that, I think, is another one of the things that made me think, wow, you know, if that happened here in the UK, we'd all be just hiding out in our little houses again, probably.
I
Maybe
don't
we'd rally
know. I
round.
don't know.
Maybe our spirit would rise again, maybe. I have got a touch of Irish in me, Benesto, so. And Scots. And Scots.
Well, no
So,
doubt
yeah,
that's where the
there's a
good
fiery
looks come
side of me
from.
as well.
No doubt that's the good look part.
Yeah.
No, but you make a great point, and it's well received that people's, trips and travails to hear this Empress face here at MriyaReport often have stories like you've just mentioned, just picking up snippets here and there.